It's a Tuesday morning in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
25 degrees right now. It's chilly out there.
It is brutal.
Yeah, but
yeah,
it's going to get better. High 30s, low 40s today. Again, we're looking at in the 50s Thursday and Friday.
I think we get some sun today, too.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Nice.
So just hold on, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Wilson Phillips, that sucker, and we'll get there just fine. Like you didn't like that song back in the day.
Phillips.
When that song comes on the radio, you don't change it. Someday somebody's going to make you want to turn around and say goodbye. Until then, baby, are you really going to hold him down and make you cry? I can keep going. I'm going to keep going.
Please don't.
Okay, great. Speaking of things in the past that are no longer relevant.
What happened?
It's an end of an era. Something that connected America. It revolutionized the way we were able to communicate with people.
Really?
Yes. Landlines are about to go away forever.
Oh.
So the last one is getting ripped out of somebody's aunt's house?
So, interesting fact.
Yeah.
There are still about 100 million landlines between businesses and residential homes currently active in the U.S.
Because I know, like, I have an aunt in Auburn. She still had a landline. And my brother in Florida, because he's lived in that house for like 35 years, there's still a landline. I don't know if they still use it, but they still have a phone.
So, I mean, just to put that into perspective for you, I mean, there's 330 million Americans and 100 million landlines. Now, some of them account for businesses, so it's not all the same, but that's about, if you count all adults and children, 1/3 of Americans would still have a landline. Maybe half of Americans still have a landline, which is a shocking number.
Yeah.
They say that folks that are out in the middle of nowhere are most likely to have home landlines.
Okay.
And that's become the problem because, look, if you've driven across the country, you know that there are some states where your phone just doesn't work. In fact, there are some places in Rochester where your phone just doesn't work.
Yeah.
And folks that live in these areas are starting to freak out because they're saying the only way we have to communicate with the outside world are the landlines.
Yeah.
So AT&T says they are not canceling service for anybody right now. However, they're doing a little bit of a workaround.
What are they doing?
Well, AT&T specifically claims that landlines, they're getting more expensive.
To maintain?
Yeah.
That line?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's too hard.
Okay.
So they're going to have to start raising the prices.
So you're going to get whacked on your landline.
It sounds like they're going to try and get people to cancel their landlines before they pull them out.
Yeah.
And they say by 2030, only 5% of landlines that are currently in existence will remain in the
So they'll
United
just
States.
be gone.
Yeah. So in a matter of 6 years,
Yank it all out.
it's gone.
Pile of wire.
It's what's weird is I saw this story and it gave me a weird feeling on the inside just because of the historical significance of it. Tommy, you have way more experience in landlines with Kimmy and I.
Right.
You don't care.
No. I haven't used a landline. It has to be 20 years.
So you don't have a landline at your
So
house?
my house in Webster, it had it. I didn't use it. So I guess
because nobody ever called you.
But I never used it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess I would count as having a landline in the house, but it wasn't active. There was still a telephone number attached to it, but I had no phone. I threw all those phones out because I remember like having those cordless phones with the big aerial you would telescopic antenna. You could walk outside. It was like a big walkie-talkie. You thought it was so cool, man. Man, I'm outside talking to you, man. Can you believe this crap?
I wonder how many people don't want to give up their landline just because they're so attached to the number. You know what I mean? Like if you've been in your home, for decades and you've just always had that phone number, I wonder how many people are like, well, I don't want to, not that they even use it, but they just want to keep that number.
No, I mean, it defined you back in the day. Like if you had a good number, it made your life so much easier, right?
Yeah.
And like Kimmy, to that point, I can't rattle off my mother's cell phone number off the top of my head. I have to look it up.
Yeah.
Right? But I can give you the phone number of every girl's parents' house I dated in high school.
Because you dialed it so much.
Yeah. Like it is committed to my head. Like and there are times where I think like I want to call the house and see if their parents still live there. I don't because that's like crazy people stuff.
Yeah.
But like just out of curiosity, like, hello, remember me? Remember when you said I'd amount to nothing? Well, you were right and I apologize. You know what's funny? There's that whole you don't know what you got till it's gone feeling. And now that landlines are going away, part of me last night thought, like, why don't I have a landline?
Because it's unnecessary.
Okay.
I mean, maybe you might have needed it for the internet at the beginning, but you don't even need that anymore.
Can I
go ahead.
Can I share something with you guys? And this is really stupid. So they made these phones in the 1980s. They were NFL helmet phones.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
You remember those, right?
The football phone. All
Okay,
that
no.
stuff.
There's a difference.
All right.
The football phone came free with a Sports Illustrated
Yes, it did.
subscription.
You're right.
The helmet phone is a legitimate NFL helmet that they made into a phone.
Okay.
And the phone's in the top of the helmet. You pick it up, and your helmet is a phone.
Yeah.
Okay. So they've become like collector's items.
Now?
Yeah.
Oh.
And they're very rare because nobody kept their helmet phones.
Right.
And a couple of them have popped up on eBay, Bill's versions of them. And I've always wanted one
Score
since
one.
I was a kid. Well, I don't have a
Well, but,
landline.
yeah, there's no point.
You're just gonna display it. You're not gonna use
no,
it.
you need it to work. I can't be like, hey, look at my helmet phone. Oh, let me pick it up. It doesn't work. I don't have a landline. But I don't know how to sell my wife. I can't sell my wife on installing a landline in our
Just
house
for the helmet phone.
For the helmet phone that I will never use to call anybody.
Oh, yeah.
I would also want to pay for a specific phone number like 1-800-HELMET.
So have you seen, they have, I don't know how exactly they work, if it's like through Bluetooth or something, but you can actually buy like one of those old cord phones.
Yeah.
And it hooks up to your cell phone so you can talk on those old phones like you used
That's
to
really
do.
desperate, man. I want to go back in time to when
exists.
phones sucked.
It's for the kids. Like they sell
Is
them at
it?
like Urban Outfitters and Pacific
Okay.
somewhere.
Right.
Like kids think it's cool.
Because I've seen them and I'm like, why would you want, what's the point of this?
Look at me, I'm talking like my grandpa.
So I'm so old. My grandmother, when you went to her house, had the old school one where the phone and the receiver were separate. So it was like you picked it up
Oh,
and you
wow.
held it to your ear, and then you talked into like that other part of the
Yeah.
phone. But that was like from the 1930s, and she had that forever, man.
I wonder if that's worth any money now.
Probably is, but who the hell kept those goddamn things?
Well, that's why it would be worth money.
It had those old cloth-looking cord and everything. It looked like it was gonna like electrocute somebody.
Like, tell me if that was given to you, that you wouldn't want to put a landline in just to have that to use.
I mean, it's like a pain in the ass.
I know, but like if I came over to your house and you had that and there was a landline, I would want to call somebody just to use that.
Hello,
old-timey
Mabel.
phone.
Yes, 64502. Yes,
You wouldn't use it once?
Bakersfield 505.
I also think you would, you'd get annoyed with the ringing really
Yes.
quick. Because you know, on like your phone, your cell phone, you can stop it, you can put it on silent, you can stop.
You
it
don't have
from
to
ringing.
get up.
You don't have to get up. You are at the mercy of that person and how long they want to, stay on the line for.
You're right. But you're also forgetting the excitement of the landline back in the day. Again, 252 WCMF, AT&T came out, said only 5% of landlines in America will exist by 2030. At least that's their plan right now. Believe it or not, there are still 100 million active landlines across the United States, and they say they're not going to pull anyone's landline involuntarily. However, Tommy...
What are you gonna do?
and Tommy, it's getting more expensive to
Ooh,
run these
boy.
things, so they're going to have to up people's bills, and the plan is to price them out, it
Right.
seems like, till they don't want them
Squeeze
anymore.
them.
So, like, Kimmy, we're spoiled now. We got caller ID on our cell
Yep,
phones,
yep.
right? The text messages can come in. There's no excitement to phone calls anymore.
Yeah.
You're forgetting.
I like that though.
Okay, you think you do.
I don't like mystery phone.
Mystery
Phone.
phone.
Could he be a dreamboat or a dud?
Like that gives me anxiety just thinking about it, answering a phone. And I do it every day, I guess. Like not knowing who's on the line.
Well, no, I can see your face as you're answering phones, as can everyone else on the live stream. No, but like, I grew up in a house with, it was me, my little brother, my two little sisters.
Did you have the busted party line?
What do you mean?
There used to be a party line for people that didn't want to pay like full price, so you could pick up and there'd be other people on the phone.
Oh, I thought that was standard.
What?
That wasn't a thing. Like,
So you had a party line.
well, like party line was like you mean in the house?
No,
right?
he's talking
No,
about other.
party line, like when you picked it up, you could hear other
Oh
conversations.
no, we didn't have that. No,
All right.
like we had the
Yeah.
phone where if you picked it up and someone else was on the phone, you could hear that.
Oh, yeah,
conversation.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
no, I'm sorry.
All right.
But like when the phone would ring.
Yeah.
It was just chaos and excitement because is it like a girl calling my house? Very rarely was. Is it like one of my dad's buddies? Is
Okay.
one of my mom's friends want to like go do something this weekend? Is it like my sister or my little sister finally has a boy calling the house? Also never a thing that happened. But like you get what I'm saying? Like the excitement and chaos of everyone running around in circles until somebody picked up the phone. It's for you. Ah!
But do you also remember waiting for somebody to call you?
Yeah.
And you were like stuck at the house waiting for that phone call? Like, yeah, like you were like imprisoned in your house waiting, and you pick it up and it wasn't them, and you'd be pissed.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Hey,
Yeah.
hang up, I'm waiting on a call.
Yeah.
Before you had call waiting.
Yes.
My dad also, when I was a kid, did you have the private number on your landlines? Did either of you guys do that?
So you can have an unpublished number, right?
Yeah, so my dad's argument was because it was a police officer.
That would make
Okay.
sense.
Okay, yeah, but it's Gates, man. What
Yeah,
are
but
you
let's
gonna
say you put some bad people in and want to get at them.
What, the cat that he got out of the tree was upset with how rough he was taking him down? So for us to dial, like if somebody had caller ID, you had to dial *82 or else it wouldn't let the call go through.
Okay.
And my dad, if I had to dial *82, I had to go to my dad and be like, I'm going to call *82. Who is it? Well, it's my friend from school. Well, what's his dad do? Well, what? I don't know who I want having my number. Like, my dad thought he was so popular. There was a tight list of people that were allowed to have our phone number for the house because I can't deal
Top
with it.
secret.
Can't deal with all the people calling.
Well, that was the thing. Like when people had unpublished numbers. What are you, Sinatra, man?
Thank you.
So who's calling you, man?
I was jealous. Like when the phone book would come out, for whatever reason, I would always go look up my friends' phone numbers, and we were never in the phone book, and it made me feel like I was shorted. Like I've always wanted to look up my number in the phone book, and never in my life have I had a phone book number.
Damn.
Come on, man.
So the funny thing is when you got wrong numbers at the house, and people wouldn't let it. Well, no, I dialed the right number. You would get in arguments with them, but the worst one was we had a drugstore that. Our number was close to the Eckert's drugstore.
Oh.
And we would have people calling our house looking for, is my medication ready? Do you have this? Do you have that? And I would screw with them constantly.
You are a monster. Do you understand as an adult
Yes.
what you
But
did
I was
to
a
those
kid,
people?
man.
Yeah, but you're still laughing.
I was like 13, 14, home summer.
You're still laughing, though. Could you imagine if you called a wrong number?
Yeah.
Right at a queue. Oh yeah, no, we got your butt cream right here. Come on down. Ask for Steve and the butt cream. When you get down, you go down there. There's no butt cream. It's just some 13-year-old kid. You would be losing.
Yeah, you want to talk
effing-
to Phil the Cracks? The other was, you don't need that, man.
You didn't say that.
Yeah, you don't need that. Don't worry about it.
Bro, you could have killed people. There could be people
Didn't
that died.
kill anybody.
You don't need
Can't
your
wait to
medication.
watch this documentary later.
Yeah, like somebody
Death
would have,
call.
The kid
Jupiter,
who gave
Florida.
false prescriptions.
like the amount of unnecessary death in Jupiter, Florida that happened between what?
Probably doing some people a favor.
For God's sakes, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. So they're saying now that landlines are less reliable compared to cell phones with the
of
technology
course.
that we have, but that's still strange because, again, there are places you can go, even locally, where cell phone service isn't great. I always assumed that landline service was impeccable. When did the phones ever go out? It was rare.
Well, the phones went out, I guess, if the power lines went down because they were all attached to the power lines, right? The telephone lines.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I don't ever remember on a landline losing a phone call.
No.
Getting disconnected.
No.
Where phone calls will drop all the time.
Yeah. But it is nice not paying for long distance phone calls anymore.
Is that still a thing on landlines?
It would have to be, right? That's probably where they make some of their money.
I don't know.
Because, that was a fortune.
Well, look, why would you pay for long distance if you had a landline? I assume the people that have landlines also have cell phones.
Oh, I was assuming there's some farm folk out in the middle of nowhere that's their phone.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But then what do you do when you're out on the tractor?
Yell.
Long ass
Mom!
I feel like your daughters take for granted the fact, and kids, I should just say kids under a certain age take for granted the fact that they'll have their own number.
Yeah.
Do you remember as a kid, every once in a while you'd meet the kid with their own number and phone in their room, and it was the
that
coolest.
was a cool kid.
It was the coolest thing ever.
Well, no, the chicks that had that, it always kind of said something about them.
Where they had the little princess line, they called it.
Oh, well, yeah, but if she had her own number.
What, she was easy?
No.
That's exactly what you're saying.
I did not
I'm not
use
really
that.
sure what you're saying.
I did not use that word. But no, you had a better shot with that chick.
She was easy.
I don't know.
Easy princess line.
Yeah, no.
No,
I hear ya. Remember when Kimmy
Southern Belle used to push that all the time.
Remember when Kimmy just talked about how kids these days all have their own numbers?
Well, don't tell me. You're bringing it
princess
up.
line.
Nope, trying to walk
You
you
were
out of
calling
it.
them easy.
Trying to walk you out of it, and here comes Tony. Is that a glass shop? Here's my baseball bat. Smash, smash.
So I remember when I was a kid, too, getting, I think I was about 15, 16, dirty magazines, right?
Okay.
So in the back, they had those phone sex lines, right? So, and it used to go, you call it up, it would say international rates apply.
Okay.
I didn't know what that meant, man. So I would call up and you would start talking to this chick.
Yeah.
Hey,
String you along.
well, no, I would be done in about 4 minutes.
Oh, my God.
So
It's 6:13 in the morning.
my old man, I didn't realize he could see it on his bill. Who the hell called Ecuador for 4 minutes? I don't know. Maybe it's script. So I remember my old man calling up the phone company, bitching them out, and trying to get it off his bill because there was about 17 phone calls when they were away to like all these weird countries, but they were only for like a minute to 4 minutes long. But they whacked you out international phone rates. That's how they made their money.
Sure. Give me, Tommy was the only man to ever call a phone sex line, and the other line said, no, thank you. All right, well, see, all the fun. You say you don't want a landline, and we just talked for 15 minutes about all the fun we used to have with
international
landlines.
Rub out.
We got a dynamite international rub out kind of breakup for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's time for that new favorite segment.
What's that called?
Where they dialing in the neighborhood.
Come on back around 9 o'clock. Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app. She's going to remove street names. She's going to remove town references. Everyone that can hear us, we're going to listen.
You have to listen.
For the little subtle clues and nuances, because everyone that can hear us knows every stereotype about every village, town, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area. We're going to figure out where they whining.
Okay.
We're going to do it just after 9 o'clock. Also, just after 7, 8 days.
8 days to what?
Valentine's Day, baby.
Oh.
Come on.
All right.
Focus up. It's big time. And you can do the flowers and the candy and the dinner and everything. But romance is what women want.
Oh, sure.
And I think there's a debate.
They swooned.
I think there's a debate to be had about how romantic flowers and candy are.
Okay.
At least on a personal level.
Yeah.
Because there is something that a local business is doing, and I guess is it a business? Give me museum is doing.
Yeah.
It's a museum.
That might be the most romantic thing you can do with your lady.
Yeah,
How is
it's
a
a great
museum
idea.
romantic?
Okay, let the woman tell you what a great idea this is.
Here, go look at dinosaur bones.
Okay,
No, is it
done
your-
in 4 minutes.
By the way, no matter what happens with your wife, if things go well, she'll be looking at a dinosaur bone. We'll get to that just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. I love how we both hit heads trying to insult Tommy's genitals. But first, Tommy, you know, Rochester, we're known for a couple of things.
Sure.
And the fact that we're not known more for this means that the city of Rochester is dropping the ball.
Oh.
Because there was a major award show on Sunday night. It's the cream of the crop for the recording industry, the music industry. And again, a ton of folks from Rochester and with Rochester connections are walking away with one of the rarest trophies. Yes, and I know that you think this is stupid.
Well, it's the ones you don't see.
Okay, but the fact that we don't take advantage of this and publicize this more is insane.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's the highest award you can get in popular music.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the most household name legendary artists, folks we play on this station every single day, don't have one.
That's amazing.
So with the amount of them that reside in the greater Rochester area,
unbelievable.
We are really dropping the ball by not making a bigger deal out of this.
These phenomenal artists and musicians.
No, but they are phenomenal
technicians.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 6:45, there was a fire on the east side yesterday.
Fire?
2 days ago, excuse me. And not good. Not good. Everybody's safe, thank God. But there was a situation inside the house that made fighting this fire so much harder. And I think, Tommy, people, especially you, believe that from the outside, you'd be able to tell what was going on.
You would think, right?
But you're mistaken.
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So Sunday night, the Grammys went down, which is funny because I was completely unaware of this until 6 o'clock, and my wife was like, "Ooh, the Grammys."
Well, I was so tied up in the Pro Bowl.
So we all know the famous people that made it.
Oh, sure.
And then the day after, they do like the awards pre-show that isn't aired. Again.
The schlubs.
A ton of folks with Rochester connections and from Rochester won Grammys.
They won schlubbies.
As a matter of fact, 5 folks with connections to Rochester, 4 Eastman graduates, and 1 professor from the school took home Grammy Awards. Forgive me, Sarah Garazek. She is an associate professor in jazz voice. She's part of a vocal supergroup. She won an Oscar for Best Arrangement. There's a bunch more for classical solo vocal album. 3 alumni, 1 as part of their work in the Count Basie Orchestra.
Look at that, Count Basie.
It's still a thing.
Do you know who Count Basie is?
No.
He was one of the best Dracula actors of all time. But there are 5 more.
Count Basie.
There are 5 more people.
This is all stuff you're into.
I
like
know.
You're laughing. It's all
and if I
walked
walked in here and go, man, hey, did you see the Count Basie band got an award? Y'all would kill me.
Unless you told me that 3 folks who graduated from Eastman were a part of that.
All right.
And every year there's a handful of people from that school that win something.
There's 3 to 7 Grammys that come into our area every single year. Now, Tommy, I know that you are not impressed by this.
But I love this music, and I know it's boring as hell.
Which makes you such a scumbag hypocrite because, like, you are impressed by this, but you want to sound like cool guys.
Stand up for what you love, man.
Thank you. She's right. She's right.
He
dropped his phone. His phone is down.
Stand up for what you believe in.
But it's
bad.
like you pick and choose when it's cool and when it's not.
Yes, that's what pieces of crap do.
If you really like something, I mean.
But I like something in this room.
Yeah.
You all kick it unmercifully.
Yeah.
You destroy it.
No, but how do you sit there?
Like you're
you make fun of
you're
jazz.
like the kid that's trying to make fun of himself before we can get to you.
Hey, jazz cats. I'll meet you on Jazz Street.
Look,
What?
a Grammy is the top honor you can win as a musician. Like, the tiny fraction, less than 1% of professional musicians that are even nominated for a Grammy.
Just get a look, man.
And these people from our area, there are people in our area right now that have them sitting on their mantles. There are multiple homes, think about this, Tommy, in the greater Rochester area that have Grammys inside them. That is a massive accomplishment.
It is.
Why does our community, the county and the city, not do more to play that up?
Because most of this stuff is so behind the scenes that nobody cares about it. Like, I mean, once you see the show, you don't care what goes on behind the scenes. And a lot of this stuff is either backup or the people that wrote the scores or did all that stuff.
No, one of them was for best solo vocal album,
classical. In classical.
And then this one, the 2 of them were for performances, legit performances.
All right, but they're probably performances of music that's not very popular.
Okay.
Like classical music.
Stay with me here.
Oh,
Rochester has a very rich music scene.
oh yeah, well, because of the history of the school.
Yes, and not just the school, but the folks that have come out of it orbiting that school, right? And at the very least, we get a ton of music played with the Jazz Fest and the Fringe Fest every year. You get a ton of shows that people can go to. Why are we not calling ourselves Grammy Town USA? Because I think you can make that argument in the greater Rochester area.
Because you don't have an anchor Grammy. You don't have like a big Grammy name.
You sure?
Well,
But the amount of Grammys.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
but, okay, Lou Gramm does not have a Grammy.
Which is weird based on his name.
Yeah, Grammy should get Grammy.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
But you know what I'm saying?
Are you sure Lou Gramm doesn't have a Grammy?
I
don't think Foreigner has a Grammy. I don't
one for
think.
Midnight Blue?
I don't know if that got it.
Whoa!
But that was when think about like those years, like what he was up against, also performing at the time in the late '70s.
I think you're forgetting how massive Foreigner 4
I know
was,
it was big.
man. No, like that album was huge.
Maybe he was part of one. Maybe they got album of the year.
So Foreigner, 3 nominations, 0 wins.
That's horse crap.
Yeah.
All right, but still they got nominated. But like if you don't
I
have
love
like
how you're impressed by that. There's 5 Grammys here and you're not impressed by that.
yeah, but like you'd have to have a big name like Chuck Mangione, something like
He
that.
didn't win a Grammy?
I don't think so. He may have got one for Feel So
I was
Good.
going to say, it didn't feel as good as we thought, huh?
But he may have gotten close. But I don't think he's got a Grammy either.
Okay, so walk with me.
And Spyro Gyra, who is another jazz group from here, which was phenomenal, I don't think they have a Grammy.
How many places our size can lay claim to so many Grammy winners? And take away the big name, fine.
Yeah.
Think about other towns that have big music schools. Like Juilliard's in New York City, not as big a deal there.
Yeah.
Berkeley's in Boston, not as big a deal there. This is a big deal. And all we get every year is a tiny news story when the Grammys are over that no one ever really talks about. 5 more Grammys coming back to the Greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
By the way, Chuck Mangione, 14 nominations, 2 Grammys.
Hey, look at that.
He's got 14 nominations.
Well, yeah.
Grammys.
There's your guy.
Okay.
He's got 14 nominations, and he did it with a flugelhorn.
No, but
Jesus Christ, man. Didn't even look natural.
But how do you argue like nobody, you need a headliner, and then your headliner is Chuck Mangione? Now I got to argue your point.
Oh, Chuck Mangione's not good enough for you?
I love
The
Chuck.
Mangione family?
I love Chuck
His
Mangione.
father was like a major band guy.
I told you, my mother lived kitty corner to them when she was a kid, and there would be like these jazz legends that would just jam in their backyard.
Yeah, they used to have him over for dinner and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And your mom.
She was like a kid, man. What the hell?
Oh, I didn't know.
Really? No, I said when my mom was a kid. Why don't you listen, you perv-ass bitch? I'm going to talk to Kimmy now. With the news that 5 more folks with Rochester connections and that live in Rochester have Grammys from the Grammy Awards Sunday night. Kimmy, you don't think this could be a selling point for our community?
Like, just, you're saying, like, what Rochester should be known for?
Grammy Town.
Yes, we are Grammy.
Music. We're Music City,
Well,
baby.
we kind of are. I mean,
Right.
because even Nashville,
As
right?
long as you're not in the actual Music
It is
City.
weird, though, how it's so contained here. You know what I mean? Like, whereas, like, if you go to a city like, okay, I know Nashville's like the obvious
Number
example,
one.
but it's just like it's spread out throughout the entire city. That's like the theme of the city. Whereas,
we're
like,
not gonna be that.
If you visit here, you would have no idea.
Exactly.
You know, like it's not really embraced anywhere else but the Eastman School of Music.
But here's how bad, to your point, that they dropped the ball, because every year they do that Rochester Music Hall of Fame.
Yes,
You would think anybody that gets a Grammy is in the Hall of Fame immediately that year.
I would think so.
Yeah.
But I don't think they do.
They spread
Because
it
they
out.
seem to like try to find people that aren't even from here now to be in that. Like they're searching for it. To your point, you could have all these people in there.
Yeah. Wait a
Nobody
minute.
would come.
Kano doesn't have a Grammy?
Kano's got 4 Grammys.
And you put up 2
Oh,
fingers.
Grammys. No, I'm sorry. Confused with scales and stuff.
No, but like, look, at the very least, it's an inspiration for kids in our area.
Go get it, kid.
Well, no, look, I
you
mean,
too can get a low-end award.
music educate Grammy's low end.
It's
You don't even know what argument you're making.
You ain't
anymore.
Taylor Swift. You ain't getting album of the year.
I love how you do this every time. Like you take someone who does something amazing and you compare them to the greatest person in that moment of what they're doing. Oh, you donated clothes to Goodwill? You're not Jesus. You've turned water into wine. No, shut up.
Now one miracle out of that kid.
I do wonder, because I remember in high school, like there were a couple of kids that got into the Eastman School of Music, and it was like a really big deal because like there are very few kids
It's
from
tight.
our
You gotta be
area
tight.
that get in.
You got to play
So
clean.
I also wonder though if that kind of plays into like not feeling us not embracing it as like a local thing. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like because it's almost untouchable.
All right. I mean, I understand what you're saying there, but well, like, can't you make the same argument for Oak Hill and people embrace the hell out of that?
Oh, yeah,
true.
that's different.
Right? Well, why is that different?
They're better than us.
No. This takes legitimate talent. At Oak Hill, you just have to have a rich dad.
Yes, that takes talent to come out of a rich person.
No, but like when it comes to like what Rochester is known for, like we try and manufacture all kinds of BS to be proud of here. Like people lay claim, we were talking about the other day with like, the celebrity that Rochester's known for now with the, 10-year anniversary of the death of Philip Seymour Hoffman. People try and claim the actor John Lithgow was a Rochester.
Yes.
Okay. He's not that big an actor and he was here for like 7 hours.
He was born here.
That's it. And as soon as
Cab
he came.
Calloway, same way.
Yeah. Which by the way, is he in the Rochester Music Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I would think Cab Calloway is in there. My God, he's one of the greatest jazz artists of all time. And one of the greatest scat men of all time. And he made the Blues Brothers, let's face it.
He did make the Blues Brothers. But
Come
look,
on,
I mean,
the Moocher.
with all the stuff that we try and manufacture that is completely BS here in Rochester.
We have gold, Pat.
But we do.
Grammy gold.
Why would you not lean into something we actually have?
Okay. Let me ask you this. So if you were out and you ran into somebody and you were talking to them and they said they won a Grammy.
Yeah.
And they were just a regular guy.
Yeah.
Would you be blown away?
Wildly impressed.
Blown away.
I would be.
All right.
Think about what it takes,
I know.
No, you don't. You idiot. Forget what Grammy you won. Whatever Grammy you won, whether it's for performance, whether it's for production, whether it's for arrangement, all this stuff.
Lighting.
Right? You that year were still the best in your field.
Yes.
Proven, rock solid, voted on by the Academy. You're the best in your field. That's remarkable.
It is. But you got to add a lot. Like, if you tell, I don't know.
Yeah, no. So you got bored with your own.
If you're not but if you're not like the top performer, it does kind of
like if you're saying if your face isn't out there in front of the music, you don't care.
All right, let me put it this way. Let me try and come at you from this angle.
Because I guess like some people in the music industry, don't even know who these people are.
That's possible. It's also possible that these people are wanted and work a ton.
Yeah.
You know it.
Well, bro, Metallica, James Taylor, I can keep going. They come to recording. They've recorded albums here in Rochester because of the folks that work here in Rochester, and you have no idea who those people are.
That's true.
Right? But if James Hetfield or Kanye West, who I know has also been here and done some recording, I mean, we can run the gamut of popular music, they would know these guys by face.
All right.
A guy we used to work with was on the production team for the rapper Flo Rida.
Yes. But he had stories.
Yeah, he did.
Where's his Grammy?
But I'm saying, when Flo Rida came here and performed, he walked up to him, big hug, hey man, how you been? Like, he knew him by face. And that was just a normal guy who worked with us, who walked around our studio, unassuming.
So let's say you met a guy who was they won spoken word.
Okay.
He worked on a spoken word album.
Engineer for spoken word album.
Yeah. Carrot Top World Tour. And he was the technical advisor on the Carrot Top spoken word live album.
Can I point
out? I said, yeah, I think I worked with that guy one time.
Can I point out how stupid you are? You could have picked any terrible comedian.
No, but Carrot Top's the number one that everybody craps on.
You picked a guy to win a Grammy who does prop comedy.
Yes.
It's a visual medium.
Yeah, but as he talks to.
You're the dumbest person I've ever met. There are a billion comedians, and you picked the one prop comic.
Well, I was trying to figure the one that really makes fun of.
Yes, I would be impressed.
Would you?
He won a Grammy.
For Carrot Top.
Okay. Forget the city. Yeah. Let's just talk about Eastman in general. Let me ask you a question, Tom.
Yep.
If Eastman had an alumni museum where they had a display of a bunch of Grammys, gold records, memorabilia.
People, like a Hall of Fame.
Would you go check that out?
No.
You wouldn't?
No.
Kimmy,
Really?
would you go check
that out? I'm not
going
to know 90% of the people in it.
You're right. However, as we said, those musicians have played with, worked with some of the most influential popular artists of all time. And they've recorded on songs that have been iconic. Steve Gadd, I'll give you an example.
Major drummer.
Exactly, right? He's so popular. Paul Simon came to Rochester to perform with him when he was inducted into the Rochester Music Hall of Fame, right? Look, if you had stories attached to this museum, why this person has been influential in popular music, that would be interesting. Right. And the fact that they don't do that is insane.
But I'm thinking nobody's going to go.
I would go to that. You wouldn't? You would go to that. You would go to that.
I think my husband definitely would want to go to it.
We have a Kodak Museum.
Well, he's a jam band boy.
Yeah, I mean,
where's Don of the Buffalo Man? Where's Mo?
Deep into music. But I think he would be interested.
All right. But you'd have to be a real deep music person to care.
I don't think so. I don't.
Your dad going?
Yeah, because my dad's going to say he knows all these people.
Well, he's always looking for that Carrot Top.
That's over his head. We have a Kodak Museum.
Yes.
Where they want people who had their pensions taken away by Kodak to go look at old cameras. That exists in the Kodak Theater down the street.
All right. And I think there's a bunch of old film down there, too, from like classics that they've stored.
And I've walked through there before waiting to do something else at the Kodak Theater, and it's nice and everything. But the fact of the matter is, how does that exist?
Yes.
And something that is happening right now that we should all be proud of does not.
All right. So somebody's going to have, with some bank, is going to have to step up.
You mean like the U of R who runs Eastman?
Yeah, but they got better things to do.
Okay.
They have your jackass Count Basie Museum.
Who you like?
Kimmy probably thinks that's a cereal.
Everybody at home, we got to move on. I appreciate the calls. I'm sorry. Emergency situation out on the east side.
Yeah.
That became a harder situation to deal with than it should have because of something that was inside this house.
Oh.
And Tommy, I know you and people like you think they can look at a home and instantly know it's one of these.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is you're wrong.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. an emergency situation that was harder than it had to be on the east side. And it's something that most of the time outside of the home you may never know about. And it can be even hard to define what this word means because, Tommy, how do you know that everyone's basement or spare bedroom doesn't look like this in their house?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. 8 days. 8 days, boys.
That's it.
Valentine's Day, a week from tomorrow. And the flowers and the candy and the dinner, they're nice.
Yeah.
But are they romantic?
What else is left?
Well, okay. Well, there's your answer. If you're looking for romance, there is an opportunity next week for you to score some serious points with your lady.
So but then you got to get down on it.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Fairport. Around 11 p.m., firefighters were called to a home on Roselawn Avenue.
Sounds very picturesque.
Story on 13 Wham says there were complications in fighting this fire.
What's that?
A hoarding situation inside the home. Now, the fire was eventually, they got it under control. But firefighters had to fight the fire from outside of the building because of
they couldn't get in?
Well, it's not that they couldn't get in. They said not only the hoarding situation, but there was a structural concern, so they just blasted the hoses from outside the building. Now, everyone's okay. Nobody got hurt. Thank goodness. Now, we all think we know what a hoarding situation looks like. Right? But what is the actual definition of a hoarder? Like, what would you have to see to decide that person is a hoarder inside their house?
What my vision is?
Yes.
A crap hole. You've got stuff stacked up you haven't touched in years.
Okay.
You can't throw anything out.
Okay.
So it's books, magazines, all kind of crap, stuff you find on the side of the road. So I've known people like that. They just grab everything.
There's good stuff on the side of the road sometimes.
Yeah, there's also bad stuff, and it's all in your house. Like, you can't throw anything out. You can't part with anything.
Yeah.
Kimmy, is that how you would also define a hoarder?
Yeah, I think it's the stacks of stuff for me that you never get to.
Okay.
And then the pile keeps getting bigger and bigger.
And clutter leads to filth.
I don't know. I know some people, I think like the older set, where they have a lot of clutter, but I wouldn't call it dirty.
They filthy. Look deep.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The TV show Hoarders destroyed what people thinks hoarding looks like.
Well, you think of an extreme.
Hey, that's what Tommy's describing,
yeah.
Like garbage all over the place, roaches running through the house,
Dead
all that
cats,
stuff.
live cats, Holiday Inn. No, but every family, even extended family, you got somebody that does this.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
And
I've got 2 on the extended family that did this. And their places were dumps.
But see, here's the thing.
They didn't take care of anything.
Someone could be a hoarder and just have one specific room jammed full of crap in their house. I mean, it could be a basement or a garage or a spare bedroom
hidden away,
jammed with stuff. And even that can make that person's life miserable. But to your point, I think everybody, if it's not you, has someone that you are close to that has this going on, right? Like, it's got to be way more common than we think, somebody having a hoarder close to them in their life.
All right. So you're thinking it's more prevalent.
100%. Do you judge those 2 people in your family that are hoarders?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
They're idiots.
Wow.
They're idiots.
What makes them an
Talk
idiot?
to them.
So would you call them successful people?
No. God, no.
Okay.
And try having a conversation with them. It goes off the rails immediately.
See?
Not like me.
No. Classy, smart, knows how to use his mouth to make words.
I don't clutter. You know I don't clutter.
No, but that's strange to me. Like, you throw out actual meaningful stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't need it. If I haven't used it in a year, out you go.
But there's nothing that you once threw away that you wish you could have back. Nothing.
Kind of, but life rolls on, man. What are you gonna do with it? Like these people that hold on to these treasures. Like I can remember when my parents were passing and we were cleaning out their place, and they were semi-hoarders. Like my mother especially, right? We didn't want it. None of the grandkids wanted it. And they thought they wanted all this stuff. But they had their own lives. That's your life. No, the kids don't want it.
Okay, but it meant something to them, and you would understand why, because it meant something to them. They would think it would mean something to somebody
else. But my parents got pissed off nobody wanted it. Because my father, you threw that out? I go, nobody wants it. What do you want to do? I donated it to the church. She got pissed off that we gave it to the church.
I understand why he feels that way. And you're being real insensitive for people.
Because he thought he was special, and he thought his crap meant something, and it doesn't. It's junk.
252-WCMF. We're talking about this house fire in Fairport that became harder to fight because of a hoarding situation inside the house. Are older people And people with more money more likely to be hoarders.
You would think older because as you live, you start to collect.
Yeah, you're accumulating things.
I wouldn't say rich people are hoarders.
I didn't say rich. I said people with more money. And I know why you're saying that. I know your stupid brain. You associate hoarding with trash.
Yes.
Poor trash.
You trash.
And I think you're
trash
wrong.
po.
Oh, so like that for those busted houses in Fairport, like this story came from?
No, but there's ramshackle stuff in every town.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Pittsburgh's got ramshackle.
Yeah, where?
Bro, I'll show you the ghetto.
Of Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
I'll show you some rough spots.
Really? What, they got
you wouldn't walk into that house.
They got a Mercedes up on blocks out
front. Bro, your house, your parents' house, looks like it looks like Golisano's summer residence compared to some of these houses. You just think every house in Pittsburgh's pristine, but every town's got some ramshackle.
Okay.
Some more than others.
Oh, but yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. His neighborhood was rough. He grew up rough. I get it.
I didn't grow up that rough. My house was busted. It was
squalor, bro. You used to be on those ads that feed the children all the time.
Yeah, you put a little fat kid on the feed the children. We weren't making any money with me.
You were full of flies.
For $34 a day, you could feed this boy from Gates.
You can get this kid on Milk Club.
I am willing to bet.
What?
There are more hoarders on the east side.
You think rich people?
Yes, and there are on the west side. People with money, because you need money to accumulate things.
Kind of, but sometimes you're just accumulating crap.
Crap still costs money.
Put that on a T-shirt.
It's true.
Crap costs.
Sometimes it's not crap. I would think this is especially prevalent with the older set when they downsize. Because it's not crap. It could be, very valuable things. You just don't have the room for it anymore, so it stacks up in your smaller space.
Go walk around a flea market or garage sales or like one of those antique malls on a weekend.
Yeah.
Those ain't West Side folks driving in busted cars. Those are well put together, affluent people just filling their cars with stuff that they're never going to use, but they like the way it looks because it reminds them of something from their past.
Okay, enjoy your life. Not for me.
Okay, you're not even. And by the way, the more hobbies somebody has,
that also started accumulating stuff.
Exactly. The more likely they are to hoard stuff. And going back to the east side versus west side, east side's hobby towns, man. You got free time, idle hands, leads to more opportunities to try more things, which means there's a bunch of homes in Pittsford and Fairport and Perrington looking out from the outside. You would never know that it's just jam full of crap.
But they don't call it a crap room. They call it a hobby room.
Yep.
But I guess, like, to me, a hoarder means it's taken over your house.
Okay.
Like, it's not just in a room.
Yeah.
It's in every room. Because, like, usually, to your point, when they show you these people, it is overtaken their lives. Like, it's just stacks of garbage all over the place.
No, I understand, like, those are also hoarders, right? But it's the most extreme example. Like, if you have, my grandmother, my mom's mom, was a massive hoarder. But you would have never known walking in her house. Her basement was full of yarn and fabric and all this stuff.
Yeah, that was my mother's same way.
Like the spare bedroom was full of like picture frames. It was all old lady crafty stuff.
Yeah, it was like craft stuff.
But that woman kept everything. She never threw anything out. It became like a serious issue.
All right.
But you wouldn't have known, even walking in her house, that she had this problem.
All right. Okay. Well, she's a more buttoned-up hoarder. Can we say that?
A less hoarding hoarder?
Oak Hill style hoarder.
Yeah, my grandma, Oak Hill style. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
Hey, so to Tommy's comment about hoarding being, like trash and whatnot, my mother-in-law lives by herself now as her husband's passed on, and she's a hoarder. But what she does is she buys brand new stuff off of QVC, the shopping network, and her house is filled from top to bottom with all this brand new stuff in boxes. I mean, she's got literally tens of thousands of dollars in duplicates because she forgets everything she's already bought.
So what?
So it still has tags on it.
All right, so Mike.
But then she's got a mental problem.
What does it mean? She just lost her husband. I get it. You're trying to replace.
But you're not even opening up the stuff. Like, to his point, you're just buying things to buy it and stacking it up. That's kind of mental.
But you're missing the point here, right? Like, Mike, stay with. If I'm wrong, tell me. It sounds to me that she's got a hole in her life that she's trying to replace with something that makes her happy, and buying this stuff makes her happy.
It could be, but I also think it's because she's bored. She has no one and nothing to really do anymore, so this is how she occupies her time, by just buying plethoras of things she doesn't really need necessarily.
Hey, Mike, you ever take any stuff out of there without telling her because she won't notice?
No, because I believe she's so embarrassed that she does not invite us over to her house anymore because it's just so packed with brand new stuff.
Oh, man. It could be that, or maybe Mike sucks. With all due respect, Mike.
Oh, it could be a little bit of that, but I think it's more that he's just embarrassed.
Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Hey, no problem.
I mean,
What?
that's not the image you painted. Trash, busted ass, garbage, West Side. I should have asked her where she lived.
You know that's a West Side woman. She's buying all those goddamn angel figurines on QVC.
Can we do a quick sidebar? How is QVC still a thing?
Yeah, that is true. I didn't think they had a channel anymore.
Apparently they do because she's buying stuff off it.
Wow.
You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
I wonder how many people, though, like Mike in their situation, like you'd want to go through it just to see the value of some of maybe that stuff that's stashed away. I mean, you could be, because we know a guy who went through a house that they had bought for his mom, and they found
Pyrex.
$100,000 worth of Pyrex.
That's a hit.
Sets.
No, I thought he said
it was like full set. Yeah,
$250,000.
$250,000, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
And they
lie.
paid for the renovations of the house just selling the Pyrex that was in there.
I mean, like, it's
I would
not
have
all
tossed all
junk.
that. I would have junked that. So I threw out a bunch of like these antique copper pots and stuff my parents had,
Oh, my God.
and I was like to I wasn't like taking it. I don't cook, and like nobody wanted it, so we just tossed it out. And some guy came by and grabbed all of it.
Yeah.
To your
He's-
point,
Yeah.
he went like into the dumpster out in front of my parents' condo, was pulling all this stuff out, and I was like, "Thank you." But what I mean, okay, so let's say those copper pots were worth a couple $100.
A piece.
You had family members that could have used that.
What do you mean?
Would
I'm
you-
not giving them busted ass junkie kid goddamn copper
Said you
pot
throw
money.
it out.
Yeah, but are they going down to the meth house?
I don't know. Why? Do they take copper pots there? Because sure they
might,
could.
They
Yeah.
might.
I
It's
mean,
Florida.
yeah.
They'll probably take anything. No, I'm not giving those kids money.
Okay.
You
'Cause
just threw it out, though.
And like, here's the thing: he
You
talks
took
like
it.
he was in a secure financial place at this point, with his empty rooms in his house, having to take out a line of credit on his mortgage to go be able to drink. I don't need that money.
I'm too lazy, man. And by the way, it was harder to flip that stuff back in the day.
No, that I get.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't have eBay at this time. I would have literally had this
They absolutely had eBay at that time.
side of the road with a. They didn't have no eBay.
Bro, your parents moved out of the condo in what, like 99? Yeah, eBay existed.
I didn't mark that down.
You dumbass.
eBay was new, and they took a
eBay
huge-
was new. eBay had existed for a long time. Alexandria Bay had just opened up, and eBay had been there. You idiot. Tommy, Valentine's Day is a little over a week away.
Yeah, it's crunch time, buddy.
And look, we keep bringing it up so you guys are not caught flat-footed. We want to make sure every man that can hear our voices doesn't get embarrassed or get yelled at a week from tomorrow. And what it comes down to is expectation, because there is an expectation of flowers or candy, maybe even going out to dinner,
Sure.
possibly a gift.
The standards.
There's also an expectation of romance.
Well, isn't that romance?
Well, that's the question. Because
What is romance?
yeah, because like I guess you could argue that the flowers and the candy are romance until you see what is being offered by a business here in Rochester, a museum here in Rochester.
Oh, the Museum of Romance.
Kimmy, this is the definition of romantic.
I would think
Go
so.
to the museum.
And it makes your box of chocolate look like a steaming hot pile of crap. We'll get into it. Next to the break room on 96.5 WC. 8 days away, gentlemen.
Oh, boy.
That's how long you have to get your ducks in a row for Valentine's Day. And an opportunity here in town might be a reminder for gentlemen that have been in a relationship for a long time. Tommy, maybe it's not what you get her or where you take her, but how much romance you plan on injecting into the evening.
Oh, you got to inject all the romance you got, buddy.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. A family who is unbelievably grateful to one man who found their missing, loved little thing.
Oh.
And it's a man who has a hobby that you make fun of all the time.
When do I make fun of guys' hobbies?
It's time for you to apologize
to
all the dromies.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So there's a big time opportunity for folks here in Rochester still looking for a Valentine's idea. The Planetarium is hosting what they're calling Palentine's Day. Get it? Planetarium.
Okay.
Sorry, I said it wrong. It's on Tuesday, the night before Valentine's Day, and this sounds like something every woman would want.
Be felt up at the planetarium. Finger blasted with the stars.
For God's sakes, man.
Don't ruin this for everybody.
Well, what are you saying, man? What are you, like, grab her boobs and look at the planets?
Idiot.
No, you have a romantic night.
Speaking of Uranus.
There is a schedule. At 6 o'clock, you get cocktails at open bar at the Planetarium.
They open B?
Yep. At 7 o'clock, you get a 3-course meal inside the Star Theater that comes with wine at your table and a, quote, chef-crafted dessert while music is playing in the background.
So this is fancy and schmancy.
That's true. At 8:30, a start to the theater show Under the Stars for you and your loved one, and they do a little thing like they do in the Planetarium, right? It's unique. It sounds intimate. Damn, if you surprise your lady with this, you will win Valentine's Day.
Oh, yeah.
All this can be yours for the low, low price
of
$150 a person.
But that's open bar, dinner. Well, that's $300.
$3
Cocktail hour, dinner, and a show.
That's high, man. $300.
It is, but it's also unique.
You cover everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's all encompassing. You don't have to do another damn thing. $300, you're in, you're out.
And then how long is then you sit back and watch the show at night?
Who cares? I don't know.
All right.
What does it matter?
Well, no, because it's going to be handy anytime anyway.
Don't feel up your wife. Yeah, like your wife would be all like, please feel me up with a planetarium.
You don't think there's going to be some hands specialists going on there at the planetarium?
Have you ever seen a woman wearing a T-shirt that says, please feel me up at the planetarium? Because if you're willing to buy it, we'll put it at the rock shop.
They may be selling them.
Okay.
A lot of guys are going to be thinking they're getting
they're
going to be getting a little J action.
That's not going to. Don't do that. You'll get arrested and banned from the planetarium for life.
There's no privacy there.
Oh, it's dark.
How do you explain? No, it's not as dark as you think. There's a light show on the ceiling, you idiot.
Everybody's looking up.
How would you explain that
she's going downtown?
How would you explain you've been banned for life from the planetarium?
For getting a J?
So going back to this. There might be a reason why it's going to be $3 for you and your old lady.
Why is that?
It's got romance.
Okay. And it's unique.
And that's
romance set up for you.
Yes, it's all-encompassing romance. And I think that's something maybe we should talk about. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is romance? Tommy, define romance.
I think women think of it as something spontaneous that she's not expecting.
Okay.
That usually is something that women always complain about is like, it's same old rut of what we do.
So I can hide behind a door and jump out at my wife? And
yes, they
romance?
love that stuff. Yes.
Surprise!
But she's going to want spontaneity.
Attaboy, way to go.
Yeah. I didn't drink last night.
So you're saying that...
There's a little surprise involved is what you're saying. Like
effort and surprise, I think, go a long way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
So you agree with that definition?
Yeah, I think so.
Because most guys do the same thing every year. Sure. You know, exact same. She know what she getting.
Okay. Can the average man define what makes something romantic? Because to your point, right, most men are going to do either flowers or candy next week. Some of us will do the dinner thing if we have time to get it in. But that's standard Valentine's Day. Are those things romantic?
No, they're standards.
Okay.
And the problem with men are regimented.
Okay.
You know, you do it this way, that way, then they're very comfortable with that. Women want spontaneity, and men are not comfortable being spontaneous because things could go sideways. And then you don't have control over it.
You're afraid to branch outside your comfort zone.
Yes.
Kimmy, let me ask you a question. Let's say your husband has flowers delivered to you Tell you what, he hands them to you after getting home from work because he stopped at Wegmans on the way home. Is that romantic?
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice thing. I don't know if it's... Wait, are you talking about on Valentine's Day or just any day?
He comes home, he walks in, they're in one of those vases. The lady at Wegmans, package them up for him. He hands it to
you.
you.
That's romantic when you show up with flowers.
From the grocery store.
On Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
On his way home.
I think dinner and flowers, it's standard romance, but if you really want to step it up a notch, you do something creative.
Okay, see,
I do think dinner and flowers on its own is a romantic thing.
Okay, but here's the thing. Now, far be it for me to argue against the standards here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I want to make it as easy as men as possible. But trying to get in the mind of your wife, and not like a woman like Kimmy, like a normal woman. It's not like I grew these flowers I'm giving you. I didn't build the bouquet myself, right? Like it was wrapped up, and then they wrapped it up further. Do women see through the flowers and candy standard on Valentine's Day? And it's possible that we get to a point where women expect so little of us that the flowers and the candy is actually viewed as romantic. But if you manage to be actually romantic on Valentine's Day, Tommy, I'd have to think you're writing a blank check for whatever you're looking for, not only that night, but night before.
Because she doesn't want it to think, it shouldn't look like you just checked something off a list.
That's what I'm saying.
And I think that's what that all looks like.
Okay.
Right? Dinner, flowers, blah, 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 blah. Here we go.
Sure. So you're doing more than that this year then?
Oh, big rollout. Big rollout.
What are you doing?
Can't talk about it, bro. I gotta be cool.
It's a surprise. Part of the romance.
Some of this stuff isn't even street legal.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. The Planetarium announced this week that for $150 a person, the night before Valentine's Day, they are having what they're calling Planetine's Day. You get cocktails from open bar, a 3-course meal in the Star Theater that comes with wine and dessert. Then you get a show under the stars. It's romantic. It's unique. But outside of something like that, maybe you don't have the $300 to drop on a Tuesday night.
Right.
What can a man do out of the ordinary for Valentine's Day that's romantic? 252-WCMF.
Do you think it's easier or more difficult if you are somebody without kids? Because romance, you might really have to step it up a notch. Because like if you and your wife getting away from your kids on its own is like a big deal, right?
Yes.
So like if you were able to do that, that's already you've already stepped up a notch.
True.
Whereas if somebody like Tommy and his wife or me and my husband, like it's just us, so finding something more creative to do could be more difficult.
Okay, so you're right. It may be harder for guys that don't have children attached to be romantic, right? That being said, those guys ruin it for every guy with kids because you'll always see on Facebook some guy without kids and whatever has all the time in the world to do something like rose petals on the sands of Charlotte Beach with like a pergola there, and he takes his girlfriend out. My wife goes, "Oh my God, look at this!" And it's like, yeah, that guy's got 8 hours a day to do whatever the hell he wants. Shut up! Can't do that, you dicks! Don't do that.
So you'd have to maybe if you just incorporate some of her interests into the evening, because that would be one.
Yeah, there's a problem there.
Right.
How well do you know your wife's interests?
Well, you may know them, but you don't want to do them.
Okay, can you give me an example of something?
Let's say she likes to dance.
Okay.
Let's say she likes to do creative, like, couples craft crap.
Okay. Craft crap?
Yeah. Like she wants to go do ceramics with you, or she wants to go to some painting class, or she wants to go to some book reading of some book that she loved that you got a fake interest in.
Okay.
I mean, there's a million side things you could do, but they suck.
Okay, but here's the thing.
They suck.
Here's the thing.
What?
Yes, it's not going to be fun for the hour or two you're there.
No.
But it is self-contained
But
and
it'll
easy.
work.
Yes. Like, I mean, look, going dancing with my wife is not something that I would go out of my way to want to do. But if I'll do it, if it makes her happy. Same with the ceramics thing. Like, all things considered, that's pretty easy.
Painting, they have those painting classes she'd probably love to do. Or, if she's into these books that she likes, you go to one of these readings or something. I don't know.
I would think the book
You
reading.
watch a book.
I would think you'd be excited for the book reading, seeing as how you don't know how to read. 252-WCMF. We're talking about what is romance and how you can inject romance, not just the standard stuff, into your Valentine's Day 8 days from now. We got the ladies.
Okay. What they want.
No, listen.
Be cool.
We always say that women write, men call,
I don't
because
get it.
every time a woman calls, you start becoming Creepazoid 5000. So let's talk to Hannah. She's going to help us out. Hey, Hannah, you're on CMF. What's going on?
Hi. I don't have super strong opinions about what romance is or isn't, but I have a question about this planetarium business.
Sure, we can try. Yeah, go ahead.
Will they be playing Depeche Mode there?
Oh, I don't know. What did you do to deserve that? That's the cure. Why? Why do you ask, Hannah?
Well, I think they should, because, a couple months ago we were talking about the laser light shows there and how I think it would be very successful there.
You're right, Hannah. All right, Hannah, remind me, are you married, dating? What's your sitch right now?
Dating.
Okay, you're dating.
Handy Hannah.
How long you been with your boyfriend for?
Who says it's a boyfriend?
Oh, so you're single. Okay, do you have any plans for Valentine's Day on Wednesday?
No.
Okay.
Maybe going out with my mom.
Oh, Hannah.
Oh, God.
Oh,
That's
Hannah.
the bottom of the goddamn barrel, honey.
No, Hannah.
What are you going to do with your ma?
Probably take her out to the nice dinner that she deserves.
Yeah, some people are kind to their mothers.
No, I
Not
know.
in this
But
room.
that's called Mother's Day.
Yeah, but I
She
guess
gets one of those.
but it's a special day that she may be you may be feeling lonely, so I can understand, putting something on the schedule with
Mom.
yeah.
All right, well, Hannah, thank you for the call, and good luck with your mom's Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day, guys.
Bye, Hannah. I'm sad now.
Going down to the restaurant, get me a heart-shaped Salisbury steak.
Do they make those?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Where can I get one?
Any busted-ass lonely person mom diner.
Look, you wouldn't eat a Salisbury steak
Oh,
right
I
now.
would.
That's
I
what I'm
love
saying.
Salisbury steak is very underrated.
All right, 252 WCMF. I thought the ladies would be able to help us. They did not.
No.
So let's try a dude here.
All right.
Rayman's on CMF. Hey, Ray, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good. What do you got?
Hey, remember I was listening to you guys a couple years ago, and you were going through the thing about, what's romance, and you started talking about, maybe doing some music, playing some music at home, and dancing with your significant
All
other.
right.
And you guys were kind of picking on it, and so I tried it, and I'll tell you what, it was one of the best Valentine's days that she said that she ever remembers.
Okay, so you surprised her with dancing in your own house.
Yeah. I dressed up, downloaded some music, some of her favorite songs.
Ooh, doing it the
We just
Ray
had to
way.
dance by the fireplace.
Fireplace
And,
helps.
she still talks about it. I mean, you guys were kind of busting on it, and I'm like, I'm going to try that. And it really worked.
That could
I'll
lead
tell
to
you what,
couch
it
sex.
worked.
Can I ask,
Yeah.
are you normally not a dancer? Was this very surprising for her? Because I could see how that would be something that she would definitely
It was.
remember.
It was. I know you guys don't play a lot of country music, but there's a song by Lee Brice called "I Don't Dance," and that was one of the first songs I played for her, and I danced with her, and yeah, it worked. I'm telling you guys, try it.
Did you just make up that country guy's name?
She's
Lee-
one hot
Lee
mama.
Brice.
Let's turn this bedroom into a sauna.
Shut up. Ray, man, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
Trying
day.
to fit into them jeans like he was 17.
It's easy, Kimmy. It doesn't cost you any money. And
Country
it's,
dancing.
I think
just
if
dancing.
it's something where you're showing that you're putting yourself out there and you are very out of your comfort zone, that could go a long way.
All right.
I mean, talking about going out of your comfort zone for things that aren't going to cost you anything, what men can do to be romantic. How do we feel about a poem?
I was thinking the same thing.
poem?
No dude can write a poem.
Well, but it's
Or
not how.
I don't think it has to be a poem. I think even just writing a nice note.
But it's hard for men.
No, it's hard for you because you don't know how to write.
I would think it would be easier if you get to sit down and actually think about it.
Yeah, like writing out a letter bearing your soul about how
Yeah.
you feel about that woman you love.
But that
Right.
takes a lot, right? That takes a lot of exposure, which men aren't really comfortable with.
Okay, well,
But if
it's
there's
your
one
right,
person,
yes.
yeah, you could do that with.
What you gonna go?
Yeah.
Puss!
It's gonna-
So you're gonna hold the letter to your kids. Look at this bitch ass what he wrote. Oh, I love you. You mean everything to me. You changed my life for the better. Shut up. Look at this bitch ass bitch.
And it might come off a little creepy if you don't know how to write a poem.
It's your wife, man.
No, but it
she
could
knows
come
you
off.
don't know how to write a poem.
But it could
She's
be a
not
little.
expecting it to be freaking, Shakespeare.
No.
What about like
But
a
even Shakespeare gets a little goddamn creepy.
Yeah.
When have you ever read Shakespeare?
I've heard of him.
What about like a photo collage of you two?
Okay.
That's easy. Or like a song that you write for her.
But you don't have to sing it.
Bro, you could score major points. Every guy can write a song and sing it. It doesn't have to be good. It's just the idea of, like, Kimmy, if your husband wrote a song for you, he plays the
can't
guitar a
even-
little bit.
No.
Wow.
he did
He
try.
owns a guitar.
He did try. Actually, he borrowed it. So I don't even. He doesn't even.
But
have
it'd be
a
so
guitar.
awkward to sit your wife down
Yeah.
and then you sing to her.
Yeah.
It would be
cute.
It would be awkward as hell.
No, I think she
I don't think it would be
Have
awkward.
you ever had somebody just sing you a song when you're just sitting there?
Well, somebody that you don't know very well would be weird.
All right.
I mean, I went to the stand-up comedy show where this guy was just doing jokes for me. It was when you were headlining and no one else showed up. Let's take one more call, 252 WCMF. We're talking about what is romantic. All right, again, I'm going to put my faith in the ladies here.
Yeah.
The last call we take, 252 WCMF. Bethany's got the last word. Hey, Bethany, how are you?
Good, how are you?
All right, help us out here. What are you thinking?
Okay, so I don't know if it's really going to help you guys. I am actually doing Valentine's Day for my boyfriend.
Oh.
Well, no kidding.
Yeah, so he kind of lucks out, and my birthday is the 20th of this month.
Okay.
And he is not only taking me out for my birthday all the way out to Buffalo to the melting pot, he's also throwing me a birthday party at Dave & Buster's.
Are you 14?
No, I'm going to be 29.
Hey, when do you guys get to go to Altitude, the trampoline park?
Listen, we like to go and do things.
No, I hear you.
Fun.
No, is he excited to get tickets for the Jonas Brothers show coming up?
So what are you doing? So you said you're doing something for him, though?
I am, yes. I'm making dinner for him, and I actually got him flowers, but they're made out of comic books because he's a huge, like Marvel and DC
Are you both
fan.
14?
I have a question though.
Like you're not going to cook
wait.
for him in
No, but-
lingerie or something?
I do wonder if a guy.
That's after.
I do wonder if a guy who's into comic books though would look at these flowers and be like, "What'd you do to these comic books?"
I was a little bit worried about that, but
Okay, all right. Well, Bethany, I'm happy you're going to have a to great night. So what you're saying is sexy romantic times, take your wife out, girlfriend out,
Activities.
Fondue.
Dave & Buster's.
Yeah.
Bethany,
Yes.
all right. Have a good rest of the day. Thanks for the call.
Nothing
Man,
says
could you-
romance like melted cheese in a pot. I don't know.
I would think it would make it. I mean, she's saying he lucks out because her birthday's close to Valentine's Day. I think that
No,
puts
it's
way more
doubling down,
pressure.
man.
I don't
Yeah.
know. You could probably lump them all together.
Oh, true.
Just go
Maybe
a
you
little
get
more
one day.
expensive.
Yeah.
She don't sound like a lumping chick.
What are you talking about, man?
She sounds like she wants it all.
Yeah. No, Dave & Buster's sounds like lumping. That's a lumping place, bro.
All right.
Lot of lumping. All right, let's take a break, everybody. Now, I hope we got to move on. You're going to have to apologize to this community.
Okay.
Because these people that you make fun of all the time.
They're hobbyists.
Yes, are the reason why these little things that you love, one of them did not die.
Okay.
And there may be a business here, if it doesn't already exist, $1 million idea.
Wow.
The only problem is you'd have to charge people in their most desperate, sad moment of
Well,
need.
that's when you can really whack them.
We'll get into it next in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you kill these people.
Why?
They're big old dorks with nothing better to do. But this man who is certified.
Oh, so he's got like a certificate.
Yes, he does. He's a hero today.
Right.
In fact, a beloved family member might still be missing, or even worse, if this man did not hop into action.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can watch the show.
Watch us talk.
That's right. You can check us out on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, or catch us on Twitch or YouTube. You can get us on Twitch or YouTube at the Break Room WCMF. That's what you search. You can watch the show live every single day. You can go back and watch the show after the show is over in case you missed anything.
Okay.
And you don't want to miss anything for the Break Room. You can also subscribe, which we'd really appreciate, because as we always tell you, in a meeting with corporate 2 weeks ago, we were told, when people subscribe to your YouTube channel,
wait, what's that mean?
It lets the folks who don't work in Rochester know that you run a quality program. Quality program. So if you could let them know we run a quality program by subscribing, we would really appreciate it. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, certified to brew you deliciousness.
Oh, boy.
This story comes to us from Newark in Wayne County.
Yeah.
Pam and Paul, their husband and wife.
Yeah.
And
Pam and Paul, I love that.
In Newark, too. It sounds like a Mellencamp song. They are, as you guys like to call them, fur parents.
Fur parents. All right, so they got a little one.
Yep, a 15-year-old pug named Princess.
15 years old. That's a little long in the pug.
Yep, Princess
little
the pug.
man or lady.
Can we do a quick sidebar?
Yeah.
Look, these people seem like nice people. Princess is the least imaginative name for a girl dog of all time.
Yeah, of course.
Like, put a little more effort in. And I understand it was a long time ago. Maybe you had things going on, but I'm disappointed in both of them.
Okay.
Wednesday evening, the couple noticed their beloved pup was missing.
Yeah.
So he snuck out sometime during the evening, and the search party was on.
Right.
The couple, along with their friends and family, combed the area. 2 Newark police officers got involved. They posted all over social media, but alas, they could not find Princess.
Poor thing.
The next day, with no pup still in the house, the couple got a knock at the door. Story on 13 Wham says a retired Wayne County Sheriff's deputy named Don found Princess.
Wait, Deputy Don nailed this little son of a bitch?
That's right. But Don didn't spot Princess on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Princess didn't wander into his yard. Don took action.
How?
Well, he owns an aerial photography business called Drone's Eye View, which is a much more creative name.
Okay.
When he saw the post of the missing dog on social media, he went to the family's property with his drone, which has thermal imaging.
Oh, that's handy.
And in about 30 minutes of combing the property with the drone, he found Princess, who had been missing 14 hours at that point.
So she wasn't too far away then. She was around the property.
She had been on the property the whole time.
Oh.
Princess might be alive only because of the actions of Don.
Deputy Don the droner.
That's right. And Pam and Paul, they are super grateful.
Yeah.
And Tommy, this reunion was only possible thanks to this certified drone pilot.
I don't get why you have to be certified for a toy.
Well, I mean,
so you know the rules and regulations,
What
I
about
guess.
model airplanes and those guys that shoot the rockets up for science class?
Maybe drones can go higher than those. I don't know.
And they don't have
Higher than a
cameras on
rocket?
them.
Yeah, that too.
They don't have what?
The rockets and stuff don't have cameras on them, do they?
They may now.
I don't know.
Technology, Kimmy.
We used to put mice in space.
Anytime you want to apologize, Tommy, to all the dromies out there that you've called losers and dorks living with their moms in a basement, feel free anytime you want to apologize.
Okay, first of all, you got one dog.
Well, I do wonder what else.
Of all the drones, we've got one story. Like, think all the missing people that go. I've got this poor guy who was stuck in his car for 14 days. They didn't use a drone to find his ass.
Well, how do you know?
Well,
they
maybe
didn't
they
use
were
No, they
using
didn't.
drones
Somebody
to find missing
fishing
people.
found him.
fishing with a drone?
To your point, I do wonder what like with a drone with thermal imaging, what else is it used for?
Combat to find the Russian tanks.
Okay, possibly.
They use it
Well,
like
but
in
here-
Ukraine.
Well, no, I mean, there's several things. I mean, maybe you can use it for hunting, right? I
Okay.
mean, because they
that-
said in the
That
story.
doesn't seem very fair, man.
Well,
You already got a major advantage with your thumbs and your gun.
well, they have those trail cams. I don't see what the difference would be.
All right. Well, this is overhead. You can get a better look.
Yeah. Because it said in the story, it was like deer, pug, deer. Oh, there's a pug. So there are a couple of things about this story.
Right.
One, this guy Don, who finds Princess, did it completely for free, which was very cool of him.
Well, he's a country guy. They're good people.
Are there people who charge for stuff like this?
Well, if it's a business, yeah.
Well, Tommy, I mean, he's got a business of aerial drone photography, which I think would be like real estate and stuff like that. But you could make a fortune.
If it works, hell yeah. You charge by the hour.
Yeah, charging to find lost pets with a drone.
Or anything you're missing.
I think the problem with something like that is if you're doing it for a person missing, a pet missing, there's so many people that are willing to jump in and help for free that you look like kind of a dick if you're going to charge.
Okay,
yeah, but I get results. You walk around with your stick calling out people's name doesn't get squat. I'll find you missing
But what if there's another drone guy willing to do it for free?
Okay, well then you're out of business.
Yeah.
No, but I'm going to take a pro over...
Well, they're all the same.
Jerky Jerry over here with his busted ass duct tape droney.
Are you a dick for offering to find a missing dog in exchange for pay?
No.
You're going to these people at some of the worst...
It could take you hours out there searching.
Sure, but it took this guy 30 minutes. Now, granted,
he's good.
And what if you never find it? And then you just you pay.
That's why you charge
money.
by the hour. You charge by the hour no matter what. It's just like a private detective. You charge by the hour whether I get results or not.
Right, but doesn't it make you a bigger dick if you don't get results and you're just charging these people?
It's business, man.
I mean, okay, but it's business taking advantage of people's like most vulnerable moments.
There's businesses that do that.
And those people are scumbags.
Like the hospital. I have a heart attack.
And the tough part is
completely different. They don't come to you and be like, "You want us to fix you?" Yes, no, side here.
We're going
to kick you out.
You
they
will,
don't
you
throw
will
your
pay.
ass out.
That's the thing, though, too, is you will pay in your most vulnerable moment. You're willing to pay a lot, which means it's very easy to take advantage of somebody in that situation.
100%. No,
I'm not saying you should do that. I think it would be easy to do.
You would be only making money on the pain and suffering of other people. Now, on one hand, you are offering a service.
Right, that nobody else can do professionally.
Okay, but to Kimmy's point, you could charge whatever you wanted because let's say your dog went missing. Your wife would be beside herself.
Oh, absolutely.
And your wife is notoriously someone who looks for a deal everywhere she can. She would pay whatever it costs.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Somebody came knocking at your door saying, "Hey, I can help, but sign here because you don't make this much money."
Yeah, $300 an hour.
Yeah, she's probably in.
Yeah, there you go.
And then we lose the house, but we have our dog back.
Okay, so that's
now
what I
all
mean.
three of us need a drone.
The second interesting part about this story.
What's that?
So you remember 2 weeks ago, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We found out that you are allowed to take pictures of anyone's property from the sky. And it came from a story of a woman whose insurance company, I believe it was in Spencerport, used a drone without her knowledge to take pictures of a roof to let her know, you need to fix this or we're going to take your policy away.
Right.
And we thought it was insane that people were allowed to fly drones over people's homes without permission and take pictures.
A little evasive.
However, if that wasn't okay, Princess may have been a goner.
Yeah.
Like, this dude showed up and just started droning.
Yeah.
Right?
But
Like,
I wonder, though, because he wasn't taking images, like he was just, like, surveying the area. Is that different than if you're taking photos?
well, no, you're allowed to. I mean, all of that stuff's legal from what we found out last week.
All right.
But, like, the point I'm getting at is, like, if it was against the law, they wouldn't have found Princess. So all that bitching and moaning that we did about like, oh, man, this is crazy, we kind of look like idiots this morning. At least to the people who found their dog.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about the story coming out of Newark. A couple lost their 15-year-old pug, Princess. Went searching for her all day, all night. Couldn't find her. A party of people. Got a knock on the door the next day around noon. Guy, a retired sheriff's deputy, saw the post on social media. He went to their property with a drone with a thermal camera and found Princess in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Everyone is reunited again.
And by the way, great publicity for his business.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, this is big time.
But there's one thing that sucks.
What?
Because his business isn't finding dogs.
No, but it puts his name out there.
But here's the thing, man. Now you know that he's got this thermal camera, and anyone that has anything missing, like a dog or a pet, is going to reach out to this guy expecting pro bono work.
Right, and you can't do that to the guy.
Well, I mean, people are going to.
He's got to start charging.
No. You said people out in the country are different. That's what you said.
Yeah, they still got bills to pay. They got to give money to the church.
No, but that would be an even more dick move, right? Like if he does this one for free, and then the next one he's $100
but
an
I
hour.
do wonder if somebody who has this type of business, and I don't know if they rely on this income or if this is just more of like a hobby that they found they could charge for, like if they're just waiting for the call to come and help in these situations.
So,
you know what I mean?
waiting.
Because it's more of like the hero aspect
Of course.
than it is the money. Like it's like the recognition for helping.
But wait, why are you making
These
a
sky
face?
jockeys love showing off.
No, but
And how often are you called upon to come use your drone?
Good call. But here's the thing, Tommy. Let's say it was a selfish reason. He wanted to be a hero. Mm-hmm. The job got done. What does it matter?
Yeah. I take it.
No, but you're judging a guy.
Judge and take is what I say.
What does that even mean?
You judge and you take.
252 WCMF. I have yet to hear you apologize to all the dromies out there.
No. You got one story, man. Drones have been around now for, 15, 20 years? And you got one. We've had one story, and they haven't found one person.
I'm sure that they have found people. And
look at them old ladies that go off, right? Or the old man took a walk, and they haven't found him in a week.
They have to still be warm to find them.
Not necessarily. They can see an image.
That's how a thermal camera works.
But they would also see, a guy walking. There goes Tony down the street. Hey, we found Dominic.
He also has to still be walking.
Okay.
They're brothers. Mm-hmm. Let's talk to Andrew, 252 WCMF. Andrew, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Andrew.
So I wanted to say I have a FAA license myself, and I fly drones on the side. It's a side business, like you said. Those thermal drones, you're starting to see them a lot at the fire departments. They only cost about $5,000 or $6,000.
See, I would think that would be you wouldn't need them at the fire department because you could just see where the fire is.
That would help too, but you're starting to see them for search and rescue a lot. You see the article. And then they're doing it for free. It's part of their service.
So you're saying that opening a business with this service wouldn't make any money because a lot of the first responders already have them?
Yeah, I don't think it would make any money. You'd be better off serving like the mechanical industries or something like that.
Okay, but
or just taking pictures of the lake.
Andrew, would a fire department go looking for a missing dog with one of these things? Like, does it cost money to run them by hour?
It would cost money for the time of the person, they're being paid, but other than that, no.
All right, what do you do to make money with your drone?
I do commercial real estate. I do some survey work, like mapping and 3D modeling.
See, that sounds fun.
So you just fly over people's houses and in the summertime and they're outside doing stuff and you can see what's going on?
That's not at all what he said.
You'd have to be really close. You'd have to be right up in front of them.
Right, you can't see but I thought you could see their house and their roof and everything.
Well, he's saying if you get close.
Yeah, if you got up close, you could see. But if you're talking about from a privacy standpoint, you'd have to be right on top of their window. And usually you're flying the drone when it's light outside, so it's hard to see in the window anyways.
Yeah.
From a privacy.
All right, Andrew. Thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. His voice, he seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
Him describing that with his creepy voice made it a little unsettling.
Why are you trying to get up and close the window?
I've tried, and I can't even get in those windows.
I'm thinking more people being outside in their yard just doing stuff, and you're flying over taking pictures of stuff.
Yeah.
That would be kind of creepy. If all of a sudden you hear a buzz, and you look up, and this guy's watching you do your yard work or whatever you're doing. Your old lady's out there in a bikini, and he's buzzing around.
We got more folks sitting on hold. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get it at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Rick. Rick says he should have charged him after he found the dog. Just hold the dog until they agreed to pay him for his time.
Hold the
dog
for ransom.
It's a hostage situation.
Yes,
by the way, offering to do it for money is a dick move up front. Yeah. Holding the dog and being give me $100.
Yes.
You don't get more dick. What a
yeah.
dick. Let's talk to, is it Alicia?
Yep.
She's on CMF. Hey, Alicia, how are you?
Hey, guys. So my husband is a certified drone pilot as well. And as the last guy said, he is right. We do use it in the mechanical and survey industry because they're places where the roof is really pitched and we can't climb up there.
Okay.
It's unsafe. So if we need to get equipment, we have to have a drone go up there, take a scan of the entire area, and actually get us the survey so we can map this out in a 3D model.
Look at you, man.
But when you think about it, drone, how
I
they
do
did
think
the
about
heat
it.
Yeah, when they do the heating, the thermal imaging, it's great for criminal when they need to catch a criminal that's hiding deep in the woods. That makes sense why they would use it.
All right, Lisa, let me ask you a question. I mean, Tommy, you remember Top Gun came out, right?
Yeah.
All those
Officer
women,
and a gentleman.
Yeah, all those women, they see those guys, the pilots, they just turned on. Alicia, when your husband comes home wearing his drone bomber jacket, and he walks through the door.
He drones in our bedroom all the time.
It's like you're sleeping with the lowest end aviator.
For God's sakes, man. I would argue the lowest end aviator is the guy who does model airplanes. Fair? At least the drone has a job.
Okay, all right. But you're close.
Alicia, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Yep. Thanks.
Have a good rest of the day. I mean, look, if you have a drone license, an FAA drone license, you should go out and buy a fur bomber jacket and aviators.
Like you're flying the Memphis Belle in a battle.
Kimmy doesn't know what that is.
You don't know who the Memphis Belle is? No, that's a no.
It's the single A farm team for the Rochester Red Wings.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, if you're going to do it, lean into it as hard as you can.
Okay.
Like, make it funny on the other side.
And just make sure you're doing it because you think it's funny, not because you're an actual aviator.
You wouldn't want to wear a fur-lined bomber jacket?
No. I would look like such an idiot. You would
I'm surprised you've never owned one.
An aviator jacket?
Yeah.
No.
Just for the fashion aspect.
Did you say I would look like such an idiot? In that outfit?
I know. That's what I mean. You've branched out in other areas.
I would look dumb as he pops the collar on his shacket.
You wore like purple paisley for a while. And a bomber jacket's out of the question.
Everybody, I hope we got to move on. I appreciate the call. There's big news, buddy.
Big breaking news?
It's big, and it's back, and it's early.
Oh.
And it is mind-boggling. I understand that they, keep it from us for most of the year, so when it comes back, this restaurant, we all get excited. We go out and buy
what
it.
chow's coming back?
It's not a chow.
Oh. You said restaurant.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you what it is.
But no chow.
Kimmy, these would be the most valuable in the middle of August on the hottest day of the year.
Would they, though, or do we only like them because you can't get them all the time?
Okay,
is it summer food?
I mean, I like them.
You shut your mouth.
I like them, but I don't know if it was a year-round thing. If I would, if I would just kind of forget it's there.
It's a summer food that's only available in the winter and spring. And we'll tell you what's back early. Next to the break room on CMF. This is the best news you're going to hear all week.
Oh, okay.
Because not only is it back, it's back early, which means we get it for longer. And the fact of the matter is, taking it away at all is terrible.
Oh.
Because this would be most valuable in the middle of a hot July, August day.
Ooh, it's a summer treat.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Big surprise this week from McDonald's.
What's coming?
Even though St. Patrick's Day is still over a month away.
Oh, man.
They announced starting yesterday, surprise, the Shamrock Shake is now available.
So I forgot. What is the flavor of the actual Shamrock Shake?
Mint and vanilla.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mint-nilla, if you
Mint
will.
Very
All right.
refreshing.
Yes.
But
So
you drop a little whiskey in that thing?
Oh, I didn't even think
Oh,
about
a
that.
little Jameson?
Yeah, a little
That's
Jameson in
fun.
there is good.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they
That
won't
may
give
be
it
a
to you.
lot.
So not only can you get the Shamrock Shake, you can also get it as a, what do they call, like, the ice cream they all mix around at McDonald's?
Like the parfait kind
The
of?
McFlurry?
Yeah, that's the one.
The McFlurry.
Yeah, so you can
yeah.
get a Shamrock Shake McFlurry with Oreos
wow.
So when does it drop?
in it. It dropped yesterday.
It's out.
I love how we're talking about it like it's an album.
Kind of is. That's
So-
a big one.
It's one of the greatest inventions in the history of mankind.
Yeah.
It goes the wheel, penicillin,
Oh, penicillin.
Shamrock Shake.
All right.
And I'm not kidding when I say that. What makes the Shamrock Shake so good, it is impossible to make at home. You cannot do it.
Or get it really anywhere else.
There is nothing
I
like
can't think
it.
of anything that compares.
Kimmy, I have never been to a place that
No.
has a milkshake that even touches the Shamrock
Yeah.
Shake.
I mean,
you
could
could
you
get
make
a-
it with like that chocolate chip ice cream?
Too minty.
That's not how it goes.
It's,
No.
it's
I mean,
the,
it's pretty
it's
much
the
what it is.
delicate
No, it's not.
balance of
Shut up.
vanilla to mint. The ratio, they've perfected it.
And not only that, it's the texture of the Shamrock
Yeah.
Shake. It's smoother than any other milkshake you're
All
going
right.
to get. Don't speak on things
I'm
you
not a
don't
big
know.
shake guy.
Shut up. Shut up.
Well, you don't like ice cream, right?
No.
Who doesn't like ice cream?
I told you when I was a kid, and to this day, I don't like ice cream and I don't like soda.
You might be the Antichrist. Like, I've never met anybody.
Yeah, but I got all my teeth.
Is that what you said to the other kids when you were like 12? Well, I'm going to have all my teeth, guys. You keep eating your ice cream and getting fat. I don't know why you sounded like an old woman.
Yeah, you talk like a West Side mom. It's so strange they talk that way when he's a kid. Kimmy, most everything else, you can make some kind of busted version at home, right? Like if I wanted a
I
Big
wouldn't
Mac,
even attempt it because it's not going to be close. It's not going to be good.
and that's my point. Like I can make a busted Big Mac at home if all of a sudden Big Macs disappear.
But why do you want to make cheap food at home that you can just run out to McDonald's and buy on the cheap?
Because the Shamrock Shake is only available usually for like 3 weeks around St.
Yeah,
Patrick's
it comes
Day.
and
So-
goes quick.
Exactly.
So they dropped it early. How when are they shutting it down? Right
They
after
have it
St.
until
Patty's?
it's gone.
Oh.
So like they get a certain
okay.
amount.
Oh,
Of,
they
I
just
guess.
like supply it
Yeah,
and,
and then
burn
when
it out?
because there are some McDonald's that'll have it up to 2 weeks after St. Patrick's Day. There are some McDonald's that'll run out before St. Patrick's Day, and that's the key: figuring out which McDonald's has the Shamrock Shake mix.
Could you buy it and freeze it?
No, because then the consistency is
Yeah,
going to change.
Separate.
Yeah, what am I going to do? I'm going
Be
to
like kind of half melty.
freeze it until August.
Yeah, that would make suck.
The biggest crime, maybe in the history of mankind,
What happened?
is the fact that we don't get the opportunity to buy these year-round. Because I don't know what it's like on a hot August day, 90 degrees, to go through the drive-thru, get my hands on a Shamrock Shake, and cool myself down with that sucker.
But it might
To your
be too
point.
thick for a summer drink.
Nope.
You could make a milkshake a summer drink. Any
Yeah.
kind of milkshake of summer drink, really. I mean, it kind of.
It's so goddamn filling,
It almost
though.
seems like it could be like a good like vacation drink. You know, like one of those like tropical drinks you get.
All right.
You know what the best part about the Shamrock Shake is? Like the consistency of it as you're drinking it, it coats your entire throat down into your stomach and like coats your entire stomach.
Wait. You like a milkshake that will coat your whole throat?
Yeah, like you feel it all the way going down.
Why didn't you tell me, man?
Why? What do you got
I
going?
just got into the shake game.
Get the hell out of
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
We've been having
yeah.
this conversation the whole time. You just telling me now?
I forgot to tell you. I just got all the permits and everything, and
Where-
the mayor just cut the ribbon.
Where did he cut the ribbon?
They cut it in the men's room.
Really? What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Time McFlurry Your Throat Coat Sauce.
You ever have those thoughts, like if you ever were,
Shake thoughts? No.
if you were ever, what's the word I'm looking for? Wrongly convicted and put on death row.
Yeah.
What your final?
What's the word I'm looking for?
Multiple words. What's the final
Final meal.
meal you would ask for?
I'm not taking no goddamn green milkshake.
Mine, without question, would be the biggest Shamrock Shake they can
Are
make.
you
Really?
kidding
At
me,
least
man?
as a drink.
Yeah, but that would fill you up so you can't enjoy like the food.
I'm about to die, Kimmy.
Yeah, no,
and
I
by
know,
the way,
but
if
I
you're gonna
wouldn't-
kill me, I want to pop. I'm filling all the way up.
I'm not wasting it on
Yeah,
a
no, I
goddamn
don't.
kid's drink.
What is it for you then?
Booze.
You just want liquor? They're not going to give you booze.
They got booze in the prison.
No, they don't have booze
You
in the
don't
prison.
think the warden's got a little stash?
They're not going to give you alcohol. You can't have alcohol. What's your death row meal? Go.
It would have to be like a steak or
Oh,
something.
you want a steak? Real cool. Wow, everybody. What a hack death row inmate you are. Give me what's your final meal?
I don't think it would be any type of dessert. It would be, I want to say pizza, and I know that's lame, but I
It's
mean,
worse
I
than
just
my
love,
steak.
It is worse than his steak.
It is. I know.
It's the
but I
last
love
thing you're ever going to
pizza.
taste on earth, and you want it to be pizza?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. You guys are the crappiest.
Well, you're going
losers.
with
Or like-
McDonald's shake. It's a high-end meal.
It's only available 3 weeks a
Yeah,
year.
but like I just don't think dessert. I want to be happy when I eat dessert, and you can't be happy.
When you're going to be
Yeah.
dead.
Maybe
When they're going to lethally inject you.
Maybe it will make you happy
I
before.
feel like it would
All right.
upset my stomach.
Again, you're about to die.
I know.
Oh no, I got a tummy ache. Yo, who cares? You're about to die.
Yeah.
You know, by the way, secret fun thing for you: fries dipped in Shamrock Shake. Over the moon. Do it,
That might be a
I don't
little.
know about mint.
The mint with the potato. I
Okay?
don't know.
Bro. It's the most.
I've done the shake, but
Yeah.
that mint. I'm not a big mint guy either.
What are
I'm
you?
not really either, but there's something about the Shamrock Shake that
I never.
I don't know.
I never
it
got.
sold me on mint.
I never got green ice cream, man. Hey, you want a cup of pus?
Wasn't that your nickname in high school? There is a mint ice cream
Ugh.
that here's your tip of the day. It's called grasshopper pie. It's mint ice cream, subtly mint,
Yeah.
and it's got Oreos mixed in there.
Okay,
Wow.
so it's basically like cookies and cream, but with mint.
Mint.
ice
But it's
cream.
not overpowering mint. It's not like
Yeah.
that false
But now
tasting
now
mint.
you're throwing chocolate into the mix. I don't know how I feel about that.
It's good. Look, they have it at Pittsford Dairy, the one across the street.
Ooh, Pittsburgh Dairy. Is that where you get your shakes, Mr. High-End?
No, I hate going to Pittsford.
Oh,
but
you hate, but you bring it up. You just went there.
I will go to Pittsford for a grasshopper pie 2-scoop waffle cone from the Pittsburgh.
Bro, that is the Oak Hill of a dairy store.
Look, I'm not happy about it.
But they have everything, and it's all top shelf.
No, I want ice cream. I don't need to look at multicolored pastas that cost $12 a bag. Like, it doesn't make any sense. You want a Half Moon cookie we made
We're
yesterday?
supporting the Rainbow Coalition through pasta.
So go out, get your Shamrock Shake early this year.
Oh, boy, jump on it.
Because, again, they're only available for a limited time. So I will be having 14.
Start working on that summer fat ass.
Let's take a break. All right, I'm going to give you a heads up.
All right.
This story is rough right out of the gate, especially if you're an animal lover. It's going to be hard to get through the beginning.
Who ate what?
Okay, it ain't what was eaten. It's what actually wasn't eaten.
Oh.
But the reason we're going to talk about this is because for years on this show, we have this theory that no matter how heinous something a family member does, there will always be a family member that argues, well, we have to have them over for Thanksgiving or Christmas or the cookout.
Got to support the family.
Yes, there's nothing you can do to be banned from a family event for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
we may have finally found that
Damn.
thing based on what happened, according to police,
Okay.
who it involved, and what this person did, or more importantly, did not do that caused it. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We're going to tell you right up front.
What's that?
This might be a rough story to hear.
Okay.
But there's a reason why we're telling you.
All right.
Because for years, we had this theory that no matter how terrible a person was, no matter what they did in their past, if there was a family event, grandma, your aunt, ma, we're going to argue, look, they're part of the family. We need them here.
Okay.
And I think maybe, just maybe, we have found the one thing you could do where everyone in the family would agree they never wanted to see you again.
So they're just wiping their hands at you.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. The story happened out in Canandaigua. A 36-year-old woman was put in charge.
Wait, a chick?
A 36-year-old woman was put in charge of taking care of her grandmother's pets after her grandmother, unfortunately, had been hospitalized.
Okay.
So the woman started taking care of the animals in November. The two animals that we're going to talk about here, it was a parrot and a 17-year-old Jack Russell Terrier.
Oh, my gosh.
So, Jack Russells go long.
17.
17, yeah.
We had a buddy who went to like 21.
Thing just wouldn't die.
They got hit by a car at 19 and lived.
At some point, this 36-year-old woman just stopped taking care of
Well,
the
she just
animals.
let it go?
The animals were eventually found dead at the home.
So they just, and she just left them there?
Starvation, according to police.
But she also didn't leave the house with them and bury them?
Oh, it gets actually worse. It says in the story that the animals had been buried in the backyard.
Okay.
And had to be exhumed, which creates a whole other series
So why
of
did they have to
questions.
dig them up?
Well, it sounded like they wanted to figure out what happened to
Oh,
them,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
Did this woman come find them dead, bury them, and then tell someone else what happened and got caught in a lie?
But it sounded like they were starving to death.
They did starve to death. That's what the police said.
Okay.
Did this woman try to hide them in the backyard and get caught?
So, but somebody's going to go, where are them pets?
Well, okay,
Well,
you
that's
could
probably
say,
why they started investigating.
Yeah,
I would
maybe
guess.
they. Well,
yeah.
but I mean, you could say the parrot flew out and the dog ran away. I left the door open when I was gone.
17-year-old dog?
I don't know. I can still go.
All right.
Did one of the neighbors see her trying to bury the pets
Maybe.
and tip someone off?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, could you imagine looking out your back window and seeing a relative of your neighbor burying their dead pets?
No.
The 36-year-old woman was arrested, charged with animal cruelty. She has a court date upcoming. And I warned you it was rough, and I'm sorry you had to hear.
All right.
Grandma's pets died while she was in the hospital because her granddaughter let them starve to death, according to police. But the reason we bring this up, we've talked in the past on this show about the heinous things that family members are willing to look past in their relatives for the sake of having a family. There are folks listening who still have to deal with siblings and cousins and aunts and uncles who have assaults in their background, who steal and lie from and to their relatives, who get drunk and cause massive problems at get-togethers. But when the idea of cutting them out comes up, mom or grandma or your aunt will argue, they're part of the family. They're good people. It wouldn't be Christmas or Thanksgiving or 4th of July without them. That being said, is killing grandma's pets by starving them and burying them in the backyard enough to get a lifetime family ban?
Oh, absolutely. Because it's so cruel.
Yeah.
It wasn't like an emotional reaction to something like the dog bit her and she flipped out. Like, you systematically didn't give Polly a cracker. I just ate a cracker. This is one lousy cracker.
Wait, the parrot talk like bread now?
Give me a cracker. Cracker.
It would also be worse if you were a family member that volunteered to do it. Like, let's say, I don't know how many, people this woman has in her life. But if you were like, yeah, I got this, guys, and then dropped the ball when other people could have been there helping had they known.
Yeah.
And I think what you guys just brought up somehow makes this story seem worse than any of the other things we just mentioned about family, right? It makes your life so much harder because you get into the details of the allegations here.
Yeah.
Grandma's already in a bad enough way where she's in the hospital.
Right. And she's had these pets for years, obviously. This dog's 17 years old.
I mean, it's a simple job to do.
You
just have
just
to go.
put water and food down.
You got it. The woman makes such an alleged mistake that the animals die and they end up underground. Like, as you keep
like the
going.
cover up.
Yes, exactly. Which is always worse than the crime, except in this case, I would argue starving the pets to death is worse than putting them in the backyard.
Yes.
And what makes it even more strange.
What's that?
This is a grown woman accused of this. Like, if this was a 17, 18-year-old kid, it's still a terrible story.
Right.
But it's easier to understand.
How old was the woman?
36.
Yeah, that's old. You're middle-aged, man.
Yeah. Like a 17, 18-year-old could be selfish and oblivious to the world. I mean, it's not a good story, but I get it.
Did she say where she was? Did she have any excuse? Like she had to rush out of town and forgot?
If there was something,
like she coming home and these animals are dying around her feet?
If there was something, it wasn't in the story.
Right.
I would love to know how long it went, like how long it takes.
It's horrible.
Right?
Yeah.
Who tells Grandma what happened?
Oh, good luck with that.
Do you tell Grandma what happened?
Yeah, we don't know what kind of way.
To. She's coming home. If she's coming back to the house, you have to tell her.
Oh, well, okay.
I obviously you don't know what state she's in, but if she's clear of mind, you got to tell her.
All right, so let's say everything works out here, because again, we don't know the story, and let's use this as a hypothetical, because I don't want to speculate on this woman. She's already having a rough time, right? So let's say, Tommy, this happens in your family. Grandma comes home, she's made a full recovery, just had a hip surgery or something.
Yeah.
She comes back, she's feeling good. You could lie about what happened to the pets.
Like how they died?
Or they ran away.
But that also doesn't give you any closure. She's going to think they're out there and
that
being
might be worse.
Mangled up by a coyote.
Like you could say that the dog passed away. I mean, the dog being 17 could be one vet appointment away from being, sick or something.
You make it sound like a bad movie. One vet appointment away from death.
It wouldn't be out of the question for the dog to pass away in that time period.
But you also have to explain that the bird also died at the same time.
It's the fact that it's two pets.
That's what's hard.
Yeah.
The bird died of loneliness.
Okay.
Because birds go really long, right? I mean, like
parrots can go like 50 freaking years.
I don't know how old the thing was, but
right,
there's parrots that are freaking bald old men.
Look, I understand what you guys are saying, but think about it this way. It would be really hard for her to not have the closure of her pets missing. But if you lie to her, she doesn't know that a 36-year-old family member, according to police, let her animals starve to death. Like, what's better to imagine? That the dog was taken in by somebody or is surviving on its own out there, that the parrot is flown back to South America and it's doing like its own fun thing, or that you knew exactly what terrible way they died at the alleged hands of a 36-year-old granddaughter. What's worse?
Well, okay, with the bird, though, don't they, clip their wings a lot of time?
Yeah, they don't fly.
So I don't know if they fly.
It walked.
It walked out.
Yeah. You couldn't even really make that argument.
I mean, you can see with two animals.
Somebody broke in and stole them.
Nobody's stealing your raggedy ass. Nobody's stealing a 17-year-old dog, and nobody on this planet wants a bird.
I think parrots aren't they expensive?
New, not old.
Well, how would you know how old a parrot is?
Broke down ass leg bird.
You're going to ask it?
Yeah.
It's just going to repeat what it heard on television. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The story coming on in Canandaigua. A 36-year-old woman was arrested for animal cruelty after police say while her grandmother was in the hospital and she was in charge of taking care of a 17-year-old Jack Russell Terrier and a parrot that were her pets, at some point she just stopped taking care of them. Eventually, the pets were found dead at the home, according to police, due to starvation. They were buried in the backyard and had to be exhumed. This woman, like I said, facing animal cruelty.
I just don't know how, if you're that family member, you can explain it away to other family members.
You can.
You know what I mean?
You can.
Other than I thought somebody else was taking care of it, or you can't say you just straight up forgot.
Right, because that's a long time to forget to feed something.
Yeah.
It died of starvation, man.
I'd have to lie. Look, even if let's say this is my sister.
Yeah.
Right? And it's totally her fault. And it's my mom coming out of the hospital, right? As furious as I am with my sister, and as much as I'm looking at her differently now, the pain of what my mother would have to go through, or the realization of the animals are dead, they died in a terrible way, it happened because of my daughter or granddaughter, I got to protect her, I got to lie.
So you're going to say that both of these animals ran away?
I got to come up with something.
At the same time. It was a prison break.
Oh, I got it. The parrot rode the terrier out of the house.
So it's a Disney movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work, man. And your mother's not an idiot. Grandma knows what's going on. Grandma's been around. She's seen every goddamn lie.
Yeah, but there's no way Grandma's going to jump to the conclusion that they starved to death and were buried in the backyard.
All right.
That's what I mean. It's such a terrible, extreme ending. Grandma's gonna wanna believe the better story.
So who tells Grandma? The person that killed the animals? The granddaughter? Or is that
So you're saying if you're gonna come clean?
First of all, I don't want this woman around the family.
I understand. I feel the same way.
You ain't talking to Grandma at all.
Well, but then she's gonna wonder why we can't talk to my granddaughter anymore.
She ran away. With the animals.
With the animals, she stole your pets and she took off, and she's living in Rio.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, so when I was like 6 or 8 years old, I babysat for a buddy of mine that I grew up with, his cockatoo. So one day I'm just,
By the way, isn't that Tommy's favorite Saturday night? Sorry, you were saying, Petey.
Anyways, that was, so, I was feeding it, giving it water, doing all that thing. I tried to pet it. Well, it bit me, fell off its stand, and then started bleeding profusely. And I'm freaking out.
When
I
you
don't
punched
know
it?
what the hell's going on. So my parents come in. They're getting nervous. They thought I killed the thing.
Oh, God.
So when they get back into town, we're all kind of like nervous how they're going to take the reaction. So we go over. We let them know what happened. They go, "Oh yeah, the bird was sick."
Oh wait, they let you take care of this thing without telling you it was sick?
Uh-huh.
That's
oh,
cruel.
man.
Well, I mean, it all worked out in the end, Petey.
Yeah, but you scared that kid.
I know.
Yeah, I was like genuinely freaked out for like a week. How my friend was going to take it,
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Think about that, Tommy. Like that pit in your stomach. You have a whole 7 days until you're about to tell your best buddy in the neighborhood that I killed your bird. Oh.
The only other way you could get around this, if you bought her new pets and just put them in the house.
Petey, thanks for the call.
Yeah,
how do you
replicate a 17-year-old
No,
dog?
He's doing great. I got him on that new farmer's dog. And look at him. He's a teenager again. He's got his boner back. Look at your bird.
You got a dog food in the fridge? It's not dog food. It's food.
That's right. I mean, now the birds run around the house doing a loop-de-loop.
I love how you...
I would go score... If I was really scared, I would go buy
You would try to replace.
And just put them in there and go, I don't know, man, but I guess I got the touch.
I love how your argument is grandma's too sharp to believe that the animals ran away. And then your second argument is get a new dog to replace a 17-year-old dog.
By the way, birds talk. You don't think that's not going to get you in trouble?
Much.
But you kind of can you teach them words? Like, what if she starts like talking to the parrot and has no idea what she's saying?
Well, I forgot. You've been away for a while.
252 WCMF. All right, now we got people coming up with excuses to save everybody's feelings.
Okay.
Mike's on CMF. Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Duff. All right, so the dog's old, senile, really lost because owner's not around.
Okay.
Turns on the parrot, attacks the parrot, chokes on the feathers. They both die.
That's actually a good
So
one.
I had a buddy of mine that this happened to when he was pet sitting.
Wait, legit?
With a you know those chow dogs, those really beautiful chow dogs?
Like the big fluffy ones?
Mhm.
Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good day.
He's babysitting, house sitting, and they had a parrot, and the dog got a hold of that cage and got in and killed the damn thing. He came home, and it was like a joke almost, like feathers all over the house type of thing. He ripped the thing apart. Delicious.
So that would work.
Yeah. But I don't think that little Jack Russell is like kind of like this was a bigger dog. Jack Russells are old. If that's a 17-year-old dog, would have to get up into the cage.
Or the parrot got out of the cage. Look, man, we're in desperate situations. Again, it's not what happened or what's believable. It's what Grandma will believe.
Okay. That's why I think a new dog, she'll just think that the dog's doing fine.
By the way, I also have to buy a new dog.
Oh, listen, it's not cheap, but it gets you out of some stuff.
I don't think it does, because then you could also buy a new dog. They realize immediately it's not their dog because they're not idiots, and you spend all this money and you're still going to jail, potentially.
All right.
Kimmy, are you lying or are you coming clean? If it's a family member that did this, do you need to spare
If I'm,
You're not.
are you asking if I'm going to tell on that family
Yeah,
member?
you're not the perpetrator. They put it in your hands, Kimmy. Do we spare Grandma's feelings or do we come clean and tell her what happened with her granddaughter?
I'm probably in the camp of tell the truth.
You know what? The old lady could probably handle it anyway. She's been around.
I love how you had to change it because there's a legit old bird in this story.
But I mean, some crusty old woman, man. I mean, she's seen it all. World War I, World War II.
We don't know how old this woman is. She could be 60.
Rising ocean water. All the horrible things.
Oh, that's what got the dog and the parrot. Rising ocean water.
Swept in on a lake tsunami.
No, it was in Canandaigua where the water level went up.
Okay.
And you're also assuming, like, let's say, I mean, there could be other people that know about the situation. You don't think it's ever going to get back to Grandma?
Yeah, everybody
like
would have to be
that,
chill.
That could have seen something, or you know what I mean?
I mean, look, there are family secrets that go way longer that people don't find out that are way
but that's
more
back
severe.
in the day you could do that because, you know, people respected each other.
Now your house is on the news.
But now every jackass with a cell phone's blabbing about the damn dead bird.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, you would have to, once it becomes a news story, you can't lie, right? Like, this would have to be a decision you made before anyone called any authorities. So, there's that. That is that. Let's lighten up the room a little bit. How about that? You know, Super Bowl is on Sunday, and are you guys going to any Super Bowl parties?
No.
No, you're not, because you're not invited to mine. Kimmy, are you going to any Super Bowl parties?
No, I'm just not that excited about the game.
There's no juice to this thing.
Yeah. It's not something that I've made plans for yet.
Like the city and the people going to the Super Bowl are more exciting than the goddamn game.
No, I'm with you 100%. But, I mean, something that could fix that is what you're eating while watching it
All
at
right,
somebody's
good chow.
party. So we got some good news and some bad news. The good news is you are going to spend a lot less this year compared to years previous on some stuff at the house for the party when it comes to food. The bad news is other things have gone up in price.
Oh, boy.
And there are decisions you have to make.
Probably the good stuff.
No, actually, it's quite the opposite.
Oh.
There are decisions you're going to have to make to try and save some money because nobody wants to spend full boat, especially when it's your friends and family coming over. But you can do things to go too low. We got to find that line.
Okay.
And we'll do it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You got to save money, Tommy.
Yeah, you got to get that green, baby, put it in the till.
That's right. And don't spend that green where you don't have to.
Save your money.
But at the same time, when you're having people over, you don't want to look like a cheap ass.
No, you can't do chintz party.
Yeah. You want folks to have a good time. And just the invitation applies. You can afford the good time. So this weekend, with folks throwing Super Bowl parties, it turns out things could be less expensive than years past.
This is great.
That is, if you know how to pull it off the right way.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, we are about 30 minutes away from everyone's favorite break room game.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
That's right. Kimmy's got her post ready to roll. We're going to figure out where they whining, and we're going to do it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Very exciting news for all the penny pinchers out there.
What's that?
Well, the price of some Super Bowl party food staples have dropped this year compared to the last few.
All right.
For example, the price of chicken wings are way down.
That's the big one.
Yeah. 2 years ago, they were market price at some places. We're not making that up. Last year, they were around $3.50 a pound at the store frozen. This year, they are down another 10%, which means getting them frozen to save some money and making them at home, you can get them for about $3 a pound, depending on where you're looking. The price of shrimp is way down, too. That's right.
Now, you go in shrimp. That's top shelf, buddy.
Prices have gone way down the last few years and are down even 10% since a year ago. Soda in 2 liters also cheaper than it was last year.
Okay.
So if you want to do wings, shrimp, and 2 liters of soda, you're good to go.
Okay.
However, Tommy,
Yeah.
some things have gotten more expensive.
Get to the bend-overs.
Sirloin is slightly up compared to last year.
I'm serving you people steak.
Well, not like full pieces of steak, but there's like Super Bowl foods, Kimmy. You put steak in there,
Right.
like a little bit. Maybe some people do steak sandwiches. You do some dips that got steak in it.
Okay.
Chips and dip, both tortilla and potato, are up compared to last
But
year.
it can't be. But that's cheap food in general, though. Right? It's
Well,
a bag of chips.
Maybe for Pittsford.
It's the same Wegmans chip at your house as my
I
house.
don't know. I haven't checked the prices. And soda in a can. You're a 60-year-old man. And anytime I say anything
Hey, you
in a
like
can,
soda in a can? Yeah, bend over.
soda in a can prices have skyrocketed over the last couple of years thanks to an aluminum shortage. If you drink canned soda, you've noticed this. They used to be for like 3 for $10 for a 12-pack. They're now like 2 for $12.
Right. But that's like kiddie stuff.
Well,
What about the beer, wine, and the booze? 'Cause that's where the money is.
Tommy, let's say you get invited to a Super Bowl party.
Yeah.
Are you judging a budget spread that gets laid out?
Yes.
Why?
Because you're chintz, man. Look, we went to a buddy's house that couldn't afford to throw a party, and he did it 2 years in a row. And I don't want to go to your chintz ass, you're over your head party. Like, even if you are over your head, I don't want to see it. You got to if you're having a party, you got to step up.
All right,
or don't do it.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Because somebody's making you throw a party.
Sorry, can we go ahead?
I mean, like if you don't have a team invested, the whole party revolves around the food.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're even jumping on the judge train with Tommy.
I think so. I think like you have to have a pretty significant spread if you're throwing a Super Bowl party.
And it can't look bargain basement crap.
Does the brand of the snacks, Kimmy, matter to you when you walk in?
I think it's more the variety.
Okay.
Because I think there's a lot of homemade stuff, so I can understand if maybe you save some money on like the branded chips, but like you got to have the good dips and stuff.
You got to have a selection. Like you can't just have a thing.
How many dishes do you need at a Super Bowl party?
I think you need them all.
Well, no, give me like
all of the dishes.
Like,
all
this
of
is a
your
man
standards.
who doesn't eat food. You need all of them. I'm a regular person, not a psycho.
So what's your question?
All right, let's say you go to a party. They do homemade queso, a whole bunch of it. They do wings in the air fryer, a whole pile of them. And they have all these tortilla chips.
That's it?
That's not enough
And
for
it's
you?
all these?
Well, but everybody's gonna bring like something too,
Yeah,
right?
that's what they have out.
Yeah. So
Okay.
they provide like the main meal stuff, the wings, and maybe like the chips and maybe a dip or something.
If you go to somebody's house and they tell you what to bring,
Yeah.
that's chintz.
Well, but
Because you should
no.
just come to your house and enjoy.
No, because here's what you're gonna get. You're gonna get like 5 buffalo chicken dips. You have to coordinate the Super
No,
Bowl.
I say you don't bring. You just come. You're coming to my house for a party. I'm not expecting to cook and bring.
Everybody's going to bring something anyway, even
Everybody
if you
has
tell
like a
them not
specialty something.
So
specialty
you're right.
app.
Why? You think it's rude to ask someone to bring a dish?
Absolutely.
Really? In America? In the world?
Why you have me over? I can just cook this at home and eat it.
You're going to make one dish and eat it by yourself? The
Yeah,
idea
maybe.
is
It'd be better to come up with your chintzy ass Aldi chip.
Why does it bother you that they
Goddamn
have...
lose a filling.
Why does it... Why does it bother you that they'd have all these chips? You think it tastes that much different than like Tostitos?
I want brand name.
All right, okay.
For the stuff you don't eat anyways.
Yes.
Let's say they got Wegmans tortilla chips.
That's brand.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
That's a Rochester branded.
No, that is the discount version of Tostitos.
But it's top shelf discount.
Have you ever had all these chips?
Yes, I have.
You lie. Why you lie?
And then I was rushed to the hospital.
Shut up. What are you not willing to compromise on when it comes to Super Bowl party food, 252 WCMF? For example,
right.
I will not tolerate homemade pizza. I'm not doing that.
Okay, I'm with you. But you should have some pizza should be at every Super Bowl party with the wing. You got to have
I've never been to one that didn't have pizza.
You got to have pizza and wings. That's like the anchor food of the goddamn party.
No, I've been to a Super Bowl party where they made like a ton of steak sandwiches, like chop steak, like Philly steaks. Those were good. I've been to Super Bowl parties where they do like a place like Chicken Out, where it's like a different kind of entree. There wasn't pizza.
But you can't you got to have one pizza.
No,
anytime there's kids around, there's always a pizza.
You need two. You need two standard pizzas.
All right, what kinds of pizzas? All right, let's say you go. They got two pizzas, both cheese.
Wait, nothing on it?
Cheese pizza. It's the one everyone likes.
That's crap.
So you're saying that's chintz?
That's super chintz. You didn't get pepperoni?
Well, no, but what if people don't like pepperoni?
That's what I mean. Like,
then you get another one. You could do a busted veggie one for the lamos.
No, that always makes me mad, though, because the person who always suggests let's get a veggie pizza will eat the other pizza.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, man, we got this for you.
Right.
Look, if you invite me over and you say we're doing pizza, to your point, and I walk in and I see you pulling Wegmans pizza dough with sauce and cheese out of the oven, I am out of my mind upset.
No, I agree.
Right?
It should be a professionally made, like Mark, Salvador, something like that, Pontillo style.
Okay. Kimmy, what's more important to you? Store-made pizza, like from a place, like or name brand beer? What do you have to have, one or the other?
Or what do you think?
I'm asking.
I would still say the food to me is more important, but I know people that will definitely argue for the beer. They want their type of beer.
So you would take a Mark's Pizza and Keystone Light over.
Where you finding those, man, in the 1970s?
In the grocery store?
Keystone Light.
There's a huge Keystone display. They sell them by like 80 at a pack. Go walk around the parking lot of a Bills game. It's nothing but Keystone Light cans.
Yeah, the liquor selection's got to be on. It's got to be on point.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm more into the food on a Sunday.
I'm with you. Even bad beer is beer. Homemade pizza isn't always pizza.
And beer is so big now with people. Like years ago, you could get away with that, but now beer is so select.
But I think if I really want that beer, I could have it any other time. Whereas when am I gonna get like a full on spread of like the best kind of food?
I'm with her on that.
I don't want your chintz ass whiskey and your budget box wine crap.
Chin's Ass Whiskey is my favorite Toby Keith song. God rest his soul today. God rest his soul.
You may have killed him.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about how prices of some things for your Super Bowl party, like wings and shrimp, way down this year compared to years past. Prices of other things, sirloin, chips and dips, soda in a can. Oh, sorry, you were going to giggle at that? Way up. And we're talking about where you can cut and chintz when it comes to Super Bowl parties without being judged. And it seems that both of these people in this room are going to judge you for having off-brand or not enough stuff inviting people over.
Yeah, and you can't run out either.
Well,
no, I understand running out.
Yeah.
What do you, like, run out of what you're saying?
Like, if you only put, like, a little bit out of stuff, and, like, once it's gone, it's gone. Like, you got to have refills. You got to refill them bowls.
Shut up.
You got to refill them dips.
It gets to a point where everything gets eaten, especially if there's like
I
a really good dish.
I understand. But if you're out of stuff within second quarter, you chinced out.
Chintzing it out?
Yeah. If you run out of ice, that's another one, man. You better have enough ice.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You're worried about ice is free.
Yeah, why don't you have it? It was so goddamn free. You couldn't grab 2 bags at Wegmans?
No, I've run out of ice. We have an ice maker in the freezer, and it just runs out. Like
I always just throw it in the
unless you're mixing a drink. I don't know why else
yeah,
you
you
need
leave
ice.
it in the garage.
Leave it in the garage.
I love garage ice.
What's the ultimate Super Bowl party food sin? Like the one thing you cannot deal with if you see it.
Oh. Well, I could think of one that happened at a party you went to. Somebody brought vegetarian chicken wings.
Oh yeah, it was
like they lit them up into his face.
Tofu ribs.
Oh.
It was an experience. You had to try it. Not for me.
Yeah, if that's like the main entree, I'm out of my mind. But that's like
relish trays suck.
Yeah, I never got the people who bring vegetables
Yeah, but I always find myself eating it.
Yeah, you're just going to dip it in ranch dressing.
Yeah.
You're not like saving calories
I
here.
don't hate the veggie tray.
It's a waste of time. Even I wouldn't use that crap.
No, that's all you would eat. You
No,
bitch.
if I'm eating, I'm coming to eat and drink. I'm going for it.
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the ultimate Super Bowl party food sin is off-brand soda.
So you want Coca-Cola?
Okay, yeah.
Pepsi-Cola.
Okay, that's what the most people can get most particular about, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Like there are people willing to fight over Pepsi versus Coke, which are both name brand sodas.
Right.
If you bring in WPOP or President's Choice or like Kirkland's Best, oh man.
Okay.
Oh man. And here's the other thing too. You know, we talked about how 2-liter prices are down for soda where canned soda's up. Are you judging people for having 2 liters of soda instead of cans at the Super Bowl party?
Oh, I never thought about that.
I get it. And I think most parents would argue for the 2-liter of soda because otherwise your kid's going to open about 10 cans and leave them all over the house almost completely full.
You're right, but after an hour, that soda's going to be super flat.
Yeah, but by the way, the soda's just for the kids.
It depends. I don't know. I'm not going to go get after it on Sunday. I don't care.
No, but
about
you're
this
going to
game.
drink.
I'll have a beer or two. I don't know.
But then you're going to have a soda?
Yeah, probably.
Ugh.
Caffeine-free diet soda.
I could care less about the soda, man. You can go rock bottom on that stuff. It's for the kids. They don't know the difference.
So talking about the soda, my old man would throw these busted get-togethers back in the day, and he had the most busted of party foul material.
Okay.
3-liter bottles of off-brand
Wait,
soda.
3-liter?
3-liter. And I forget.
They make a 3-liter?
I forget which discount store sold it. And
It's going to
maybe
look like an artillery show.
It was huge. It was huge.
That would be hard to pour.
Yeah.
So maybe somebody remembers. You can tweet at me at Duffy on WCMF. Get at me on Instagram at Duffy on WCMF. If you remember which discount store sold the 3-liter bottles, but it was still somehow half the price of like a 2-liter of Coke, the 3 liters of this off-brand soda, and it was disgusting. It was disgusting. And they also had like these weird ass flavors. Like you could get like cream soda in 3-liter plastic bottles. Ugh. It's coming back to me, man.
Yeah.
And my dad, you get 3 liters, so I have to price it 2 liters. It's stupid not to. All right, so you heard it from these two people. You're going to be judged based on your spread, and if that matters to you.
Then it should matter. You're throwing a party.
Dollar General. Yes, that's what it was. My dad bought 3 liters of soda at Dollar General. Thank you, Adam. I really appreciate it. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, let's take a break. Okay. We told you a story a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
About a man who was doing something very unique with squirrels in his yard.
Oh.
And we thought that was insane.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you remember that,
Yeah.
right? And then we went to the phones, and our jaws just kept dropping as we took more and more phone calls. Apparently, we weren't the only ones getting this reaction because the State Department of Environmental Conservation
Where they stepped in.
had to put out a legitimate statement.
Wow.
Didn't think they had to.
Yeah.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. we told you the story a couple of days ago, and we thought this man from our area was insane. And then we started taking phone calls, and we thought maybe just the people in our area were insane. But it turns out that we weren't the only ones getting the reaction based off of this story, because now the state had to put out an actual statement saying, hey, don't do this thing that is obviously something you should not do. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 9 o'clock.
Yeah, buddy.
Kimmy's Post is ready to go.
Come on.
Get your brains working. If you're driving around, start looking out the window where you are. Get a good gauge.
Yeah, get a vibe, baby.
Because we got Where They Wine, and it's coming up in just about 10 minutes here in the break room on CMF. So last week, we told you about a man east of us who was arrested for spray painting squirrels red. He would trap them when they got into his yard.
Yeah.
And he would spray them red, and then he would take them to a park and release them. And he says the reason that he did this was because the squirrels were driving his dog nuts, causing it to bark, which was driving him nuts. And he said he wanted to see which squirrels were getting back into his yard.
Kind of tracking them.
Which doesn't fix the squirrel problem.
No, you just got a lot of red squirrels.
He just said he wanted to watch them.
See if they're coming back.
Yeah. So the state DEC found this out, and it turns out the man was already on probation. He was arrested for the allegations that he's facing. And we told the story. We were howling with laughter because it was the dumbest thing we'd ever heard.
Yeah.
That was until we started taking phone calls. And we found out exactly how many men and their relatives had done this exact same thing. And some of the guys we talked to were upset that it was against the law. Because the man who we talked about initially was charged with attempting to poison an animal.
Yeah, it's toxic.
Spray paint.
Yeah.
Right? And no, they didn't understand.
That stuff will knock you out.
Tommy, it turns out it wasn't just we in the break room having those weird-ass conversations.
What happened?
Over the weekend, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation put out a tweet in response to questions that came from the initial squirrel painting story. And the tweet reads, and I quote, "Never thought we'd have to say this, but don't paint squirrels."
Okay, there's a sign for everybody.
That's a statement from the Department of Environmental Conservation. And even under that tweet, there are people arguing with each other about where and when it would be appropriate to paint squirrels.
Yeah.
Couple of questions.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Also, people telling the DEC that they were in fact wrong about the laws they enforce and also have a hand in writing.
Okay. Trying to tell them how to do their job.
Yes, apparently a lot of folks, Tommy, believe it's our God-given right to spray paint whatever animals we want. What is going on with old guys?
It's got to be like an arrogance of age. Like you just think, well, I should be able to do this, so I want to do it, so I should be able to do it.
It's. I think it's also the mentality of, I can do whatever I want on my property.
Okay,
and I kind of go hand in hand.
Okay, so here's the thing. I understand what you guys are saying there, right? Like, I get the argument. If I want to build a swimming pool and not tell anybody I own this land, that's fine. If I want to extend my driveway without a permit or build a 3-season room, it's my land. I can do what I want to do. That I get the arrogance. What I mean is, why do so many men want to paint squirrels?
Yeah. Why do you want to do it?
Because the argument is being made, I want to track squirrels.
Because they're getting into my eaves and in my gutter system.
Okay.
But some people we talked to, literally, they just wanted to paint the squirrels different colors to watch them.
Yeah,
there was really no reason, no purpose other than it just looked cool.
Yeah, one guy called up and said it looked like Skittles running around his dad's backyard. So you want to paint the squirrels. So it's not about tracking them. It's about physically turning the squirrel a different color.
That's weird.
Why, though?
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Why?
Because they're not bothering you. If they're not bothering you and you're just painting squirrels, you need a different hobby.
Is it like the idea that I'm dominating a species?
I don't know.
But you're dominating the squirrel.
And when you tell people you're doing it out loud, when you say it out loud.
That's scary.
Are you a little concerned for yourself?
You should be.
And you see their reaction, and they ask you one simple question. Why? And you can't really come up with a good reason.
No, but Kimmy, here's the thing. Based on the calls we took and the reaction that the DEC got where they felt they need to put out the statement and the reaction they got after the statement.
Squirrel alert.
It's very possible that older guys are telling each other they're painting squirrels, and they're not getting the why reaction. They're getting the, this is how I paint my squirrels reaction.
Yeah.
And that brings us to the most mind-boggling point. I'm sorry, you were going to speak.
Getting the cover of Squirrel Aficionado.
The most mind-boggling thing that we are realizing is that all of these old men had the same strange idea at the same time. Because this is not something we had ever heard of before.
Yeah.
Right? So it wouldn't be talked
There's
about
not a
openly.
squirrel painting club.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? I've never gone online and see or on Twitter and said, like, I painted this squirrel today and somebody did. All of these men that are painting squirrels independently came up with the idea
At the same time.
to paint squirrels.
All right, so it
they
has to
don't
be
seem-
social media.
I
Somebody
don't
had
know.
to.
I've never seen it.
No, but you wouldn't see it because you're not on old man social media sites.
You don't have the old man algorithm.
Yeah, you're not on weatherchannel.com.
You know that social media site, Kimmy, weatherchannel.com.
I'm just thinking to your point, like they seem like isolated men. They don't talk to many people in
Well, that's
general.
most old men.
So
or
I don't
isolated
know
men.
how often, or if they got the idea from social media, or if, to your point, they all just came up with it on their own.
Like, are we witnessing like some insane human experience where you hit a certain age and your brain decides I should paint that animal?
And to your point, this is what happens when we start living longer. Because the old man's mind is starting to evolve into some insanity. We're like 100 years ago, guys lived to be about 65, 70 years old when we were done,
Yeah.
right? Now we've got men living longer, and now they're painting squirrels.
Okay, all right.
So we're evolving into this.
252 WCMF. We told you a story last week about a man just east of us who was arrested after spray painting squirrels red. Said he was doing it to keep track of them going in and out of his yard, and we laughed, and then we went to the phones, and we got, 7 calls of men who said they did this and their family
knew
members
somebody.
did this.
Yeah.
And the DEC, Department of Environmental Conservation in New York, got so many responses to that. They had to put out a statement. And again, I'll read the quote. Never thought we'd have to say this, but don't paint squirrels. Even in that tweet, the responses were folks arguing with them about painting squirrels. Why squirrels? Of all the animals, there are
Well,
other
they're
animals.
most prevalent around your yard. I mean, number one varmint is squirrel.
Yeah, you're probably right. All right. So, again, this is not me talking.
Yeah.
This is the Department of Environmental Conservation. If you see a squirrel, leave it alone.
Yes.
You could just watch the squirrels in your backyard. You could do that.
You could paint a picture of a squirrel.
You could.
Oh.
You could look at the squirrel and paint on a canvas that squirrel.
You could feed the squirrels if you really wanted to.
I don't know. Is that a good idea?
Don't
Are you supposed
feed
to?
squirrels.
I'm going to say don't, but I
Don't.
mean, it's better than painting them.
Just don't paint the squirrels, guys.
All right.
Just don't do it. That being said, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you want to guarantee getting in, the time to do it is now. Kimmy has got her post from the neighborhood apps that you guys have been sending her. She has removed the street names. She has removed the town references. We got to get working. And we got to look. Let's just play it smart today.
Okay.
No, wild theories coming out of your stupid effing mouth right out of the gate. Let's think. We can work together, and we can get to the bottom of this. You can hear the posts while you're sitting on hold if you call us right now. 252-WCMF. It's time for Where Are They Whining? And it happens next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. All right, let's take a workman's-like approach to today.
Always do.
No, just stay with me, okay?
I'm in.
All right, like
What you got?
Kimmy reads a post,
Yeah.
and then we get in these arguments, and you say a bunch of stupid things, and I insult you, and we get off topic, and because of that, neither of us have any chance to win. And I think that's what has been the problem with Where They Whine in the last couple of weeks.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Don't be a dick.
Yeah.
Let's just take it slow and listen.
All right. And don't create crap in your head.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for everyone's favorite break room segment, Where They Whine. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got a couple of phone lines open. If you are new to the show, here's how it works.
Okay.
Kimmy has got a post that you guys have been sharing with her from the neighborhood apps. She takes out street names and any references to towns to give you a heads up to where it is. But there are little clues in what you will hear from her reading. Everyone that can hear us, you have to listen.
You have to listen.
Listen! And because everyone listening knows every stereotype about every town, village, community in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whining, and we're going to do it now. Kimmy, is the post ready?
Ready.
Let's make it happen.
So this post was underneath a picture this person took of their thermometer on their deck. It's like a deck thermometer.
What did I just say?
It's nothing fancy. It's just a thermometer.
No, he's just
making
making his stupid noises.
And
it's probably
underneath,
an old one, like a Chase Pitkin deck thermometer.
You're doing it already.
I know. I didn't even read the post yet. Underneath that picture says, "Are you kidding me? I drove past blank the other day and saw two idiots out there ice fishing. It's not warm enough for that right now. Anyone who's from here knows that. I've spotted so many amateurs out there this year. It's not funny. Use your common sense. I don't want to be the one paying for the resources it's going to take to save these morons from Iceberg Island." They were too far away to tell how old they were, but if these are kids, where are their parents? They had the proper equipment, which means someone in that house knows what they're doing and still let them go out there. There's a reason why people like this end up in the paper every year for their stupidity. If you look around and you're the only one out on the ice, you effed up. This isn't an activity for amateur fishermen. Seek an expert if you don't know what you're doing. There are thickness guidelines to abide by.
Yeah, there are.
You got to keep it thick.
I would be happy to help if you have any questions.
So before we get into this, and again, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's funny this post shows up today because yesterday, the state of New York announced another series of free fishing days.
Oh, okay.
The idea is to get people that have never fished before to go out and try it. And one of them is in February, which means you would have people without experience
doing
potentially.
Ice fishing.
Yes, in February when you go through that like mini spring, which is wildly dangerous. That being said,
The sinking season.
you got it. Sinking season. That being said, there is one very obvious answer.
Yeah.
But we know Kimmy, and she never makes it the obvious answer. So that might be a trap.
Not necessarily.
What are you thinking?
Well, first of all, they said ice fishing, so and they had to be out in a distance. It was very hard to see them.
Okay.
So you're on a lake, a smaller lake, you could see these people. But you're out on a big lake. You're on Lake Ontario. You're ice fishing on Lake Ontario.
Yeah.
What?
Nothing. I'm trying to maintain because I wanted to do this right. I don't think you can ice fish on Lake Ontario.
Yes, you can when it freezes over.
No, I don't think Lake Ontario freezes.
Yeah, but inland it can. Yeah, you can't go way out. But if it's really cold out, you can.
I've never seen anyone lake fishing.
When are you up on the goddamn lake?
I would go down to Charlotte all the time when I was a kid. Don't old man wave me.
With your busted ass drug deals.
So you're.
No, it does freeze out until a certain point.
Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't know this though.
Okay, so you're look me in the face.
Yeah.
You've seen people ice fishing on Lake Ontario.
No,
you haven't. No, you haven't.
Seen
you
it.
never go to Charlotte.
Bro, I
lived up
in Webster. I lived up in Webster.
Where are they whining then?
Where are they whining?
Where are they whining?
Braddock Bay.
Give me a town.
That's the bay right there, Braddock Bay.
A town. We need a town.
No, I can call a neighborhood, can't I?
So
it's not a neighborhood.
It's not a neighborhood in the city. We need a town.
So would that be Greece?
You tell me, smart guy. And isn't it Braddock's Bay? You're doing the old man thing again where you're adding S's where they don't belong and taking S's away from where they do belong.
I like Braddock's Bay, Greece, I guess.
I think that's Hilton.
Don't help him.
I'm trying
Do not help this man.
But
Well, I can't say now because then you're going to I'll be disqualified.
Why couldn't you just pick a town?
How about Hamlin Beach?
That's
What?
That's what? Just pick a town. Okay, let it go.
Don't ask us. This
Let
is
it
your
go.
guess.
Well, don't say nothing.
No,
You
go
start
Braddock's
going
Bay,
to
and then you said
convulsions like you're
Hamlin
coughing up a
Beach.
hairball.
That's not even the same area.
Well, it's that area.
Bro, you are
that
lost.
way.
not.
You are lost.
Out that way.
You are lost.
You know the direction I'm talking about.
So give me a town, stupid.
You know what the Crescent Beach Club is? What would you call that?
I'm not saying nothing. What do you think?
That's not.
Would you call that Greece?
That's Greece.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Okay. Is that where you... But that's not Braddock Bay.
Shut up, Kimmy. Let him make his call.
Okay. I am taking North Greece on the lake.
So you're taking Greece?
Yeah, on the lake.
Oh, you're going to go scratch? You're going to
Don't scratch. This is West Side ice fishing.
Okay. You're an idiot. And I try not to
Bro, you don't know bodies of water for crap.
I don't know bodies of water.
You know nothing about no water.
I don't know nothing about no water. It ain't Braddock's Bay. It ain't Greece.
Well, I can't wait to see what busted lake you think they ice fish.
No, so I know the town that Kimmy wants us all to take because there's a town that is known for ice fishing, and it's too obvious. There's no way that's it. So I'm going to the one close to it. Because you can still ice fish in this area. In fact, there's lots of ice fishing in this area, and I think it's a forgotten ice fishing haven in the greater Rochester area. They whining in Webster.
Where? Where are they ice fishing?
What are you talking about? Right on Irondequoit Bay in Webster.
Oh, my God.
You know I'm right.
Because you can't see the bay from Webster.
There are multiple spots where you can see the bay from inland. And by the way, it doesn't say that they saw it from their house. It said, I was driving home. You didn't listen. When it comes to driving and seeing bodies of water, it's all Webster, baby.
So you're saying Webster, Irondequoit Bay.
Did I stutter?
It ain't that.
You bitch. Look, you already know you screwed up. You're saying 5 times.
That's Base Bay, man. You went Base Bay.
What does Base Bay even mean?
Irondequoit is Base Bay.
Well, how many bays do we have? Wait, you think Braddock's Bay is a higher end bay than Irondequoit Bay?
It's a little bit more sophisticated.
Do you see the houses on Irondequoit Bay?
Well, I heard that there's a lot of West Side mansions up out that way.
What, out in Braddock's Bay?
Yeah,
there are. They don't
folk.
compare to the legitimate mansions that rest on the cliffs on Irondequoit Bay.
And by the way, you think this dude's cliff watching from his goddamn Bluffs mansion?
Again, you get distracted with the stupid stuff in your head.
Because he's zipping over the bridge?
Said that you can zip over the bridge. You
He's
can
a
zip
bridge
down
boy.
Empire.
You can't see crap from Empire.
My balls, man. Oh, it's going to feel so good.
Go soak your balls in a bay.
Got that? The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There's one rule and one rule only. You get to pick one town. If you are on hold and you hear someone else say your town, you got 2 options, all right? You can hang up the phone and try again next week. No big deal. It's cool. We won't be offended. Or pick another town.
Okay.
If we pick up the phone and you go, I was going to say, blah, but then, you have been disqualified, and Commissioner Kimmy makes all final calls.
She's tough.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's mix it up a little this week.
What, you got a lady picker?
Yeah, let's start with a lady. Let's talk to Kira. Kira, where are they whining?
So I actually have a question. Are we trying to figure out where he saw somebody ice fishing or where he lives?
Okay, so
it would be where he lives because I believe that's where he it's where the post was tagged, which I'm assuming is where this person lives.
Gotcha. I'm going to say Penfield.
Why Penfield?
Just because, bougie people have thermometers on their deck.
Okay, Kira, this is the worst take of all time. Kira, the most busted of decks will have the most busted of thermometers on it.
Is it a busted thermometer, though? She just said
they all
thermometer.
are. Every deck thermometer is a rusted old deck thermometer.
No, there are some.
I don't know. It just looks like a standard deck thermometer. I wouldn't call it busted, but it's not, fancy. I don't even know if they make fancy deck thermometers.
They do.
Okay, but Kira, your theory is that they are not ice fishing in Penfield, that this person lives in Penfield and was driving past someone ice fishing in another town.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, that's not a bad pick.
Well, look, man, she's moving and she's shaking.
I mean, she's smart. You're a smart gal.
All right. Well, I'm sure that means a lot coming from you. Kira, thank you for the call. We got you for Penfield. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Danny. Danny, where are they whining, buddy?
All right, first off, I want to say that I believe I won last week, even though I said Gorham. I still think that I won because Gorham is so small.
Yeah, Danny, nobody cares.
It was Canandaigua,
and it was
though.
Canandaigua, and we told you that you were an idiot for saying Gorham, and you're
You
still
said
an
it.
idiot.
Didn't you say it wasn't Canandaigua?
You suck so hard, Danny. Danny, you suck so hard.
Gorham,
hey, Danny, you so suck. You so so hard. Hey, Danny.
Pat, shut up. Anyways, it's going to be Irondequoit.
And that was the obvious one that ain't the answer. Why
Well,
Irondequoit?
he took you to the other side of your bay. What's the difference, man? You're just both on either side of the bay looking at the water.
I'll tell you. Well, here, Danny, you
And
tell
by the
us-
way, there's more residential property on his side than your bluff side.
Which is why it ain't the answer. But, Danny, go ahead. Why do you think it's Irondequoit?
It is.
You got it, brother. You nailed it.
It's not going to be Webster.
So
this is nailing it, Danny.
What kind of guess was Webster?
Irondequoit is ice fishing town USA.
Big
when
time.
you think ice fishing,
Exactly.
you think Irondequoit, which is
Kimmy's
why
trying to trick you guys.
Which is why that ain't the answer, because Kimmy never makes it the most obvious answer. It ain't Irondequoit, just like it wasn't Gorham last week. Stupid. Danny.
All right, stupid. Tommy Nation.
Tommy Nation. There you go, Danny. Have a good rest of the day. He's on your team, buddy.
Yeah, I like this kid.
Yeah, who's Gorham?
He just stole your pick, bro, because you were on the wrong side of the bay.
I knew.
You're like Otis Redding.
Sit-
Sitting on the wrong side of the bay.
And how'd that work out for him? Not great. Couldn't even finish the song. 252 WCMF 252 9263. Let's talk to Phil. Phil, where are they winding, buddy?
Parma.
Shut up, Phil. Why Parma?
Because that's where the Braddock Bay is.
Wait, it's
Is
Parma?
it Braddock's Bay?
Phil?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. I've never seen anyone ice fishing. Is he right, Kimmy? Because you're out from
I
that
don't know.
area.
Oh, yeah, there are people that will. I've seen it before. I think you can.
Yeah, I mean, it's shallow water, but it's got to freeze quick.
Here we go. Here comes Weather Channel Tommy. All right, Phil, we got you for Parma.
Braddock's
Thanks for the
Bay.
call, buddy. No, stop saying Braddock's Bay. Stop it. By the way, I got a bunch of people writing me on Instagram.
There's an argument whether it's Greece or Hilton.
Yes. Like I got a good buddy of mine who's a West Side kid who grew out there. Braddock's isn't Hilton. Braddock's Bay isn't Hilton. And he doesn't talk like that. I'm doing you talking through him. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Paula. Paula, where are they whining?
Lakeville.
Lakeville?
Ooh, that's a great fishing town, man.
Okay.
Yeah, my sister lives on Canisius Lake. Her backyard is the lake, and she sees people ice fishing all the
I
time.
bet she does.
And she also has a thermometer outside of her door.
Okay, Paula, look.
Sounds like a real catch.
Paula, from a logic standpoint, I get it.
She may be too far south.
That's what I'm saying. You got to play the game right, Paula. It's too far away. We're not getting a post from Canisius, Lakeville. It's not going to happen.
Oh.
I'm not saying it's not I'm not saying it's a definite, but
But yeah,
based
that
on
might be the farthest south pick we've ever had.
I would think so. I mean, last week was Canandaigua, and Canandaigua was pretty far away.
Yeah, you pushing the limits.
All right, but Paula, we got you for Lakeville. Thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day. Here's what makes me feel bad when we take phone calls from women.
What?
When we point out things we think are logical, they actually get disappointed.
I know.
Paula,
They don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hurt you, Paula. I was just trying to
Women
help.
don't want to hear it, man.
Is that what it is?
You know they don't want to hear it.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more before we reread the post for everyone just joining us. Let's talk to Patrick. Damn it, my button. Come on, Patrick, you son of a bitch. Patrick, you're on CMF. What's going on, buddy?
I'm going to take a shot here. I'm going to go with the Mendon area in Pittsford.
Okay, that's two towns. You got to pick one.
Oh, Mendon.
You're going to go
I
Mendon.
didn't realize they were two different towns.
No, you're good. All right, why Mendon?
This would be pond fishing.
Yeah, there's 4 different ponds around Mendon that you can go to, and they're pretty decent-sized ponds.
It's a crap
and
pick,
nobody
bro.
said that this is a big body of water.
He's right.
It's a crap pick because he said you could barely see them and they could break off and have to be rescued. If you got to be rescued from a pond,
Well, no, you could go in.
No, he sounded like breaking off and floating off like you got to get that Coast Guard with the basket.
You stupid
Bam! I'm floating away at this pond.
Why is he
I'm
Scottish?
touching the other side.
Why is a Scottish man drowning in?
You bastard doesn't know how to wade.
All right, Patrick, here's my only problem with Mendon, because you're right. Now you're thinking outside the box. This doesn't have to be a large body of water. What ponds can I see from the road in Mendon?
I'll tell you, none. Especially there. It's inside a park.
That is a good question. I'm not exactly sure.
That's what I'm saying. I think there's your problem because he said he saw him driving by. Like Mendon Ponds Park, I know exactly the bodies of water you're thinking
But they're deep inside that park, bro.
Yeah, no, he's right. Like you got to go walk down a trail to get there. Patrick, I was cheering for you.
Guns.
I think you suck, though. But thank you for the call, buddy. Have a good rest
We'll
of the day.
alert the Coast Guard, though. They had to do a pond rescue.
Okay, here's the thing. We're about to read it again. Sit on hold, everybody. 252 WCMF. Tell me where it says it's a large body of water.
Because they could break off and float away.
Okay.
They said iceberg.
No, you said break off and float away.
Listen.
Kimmy, can you give us the post for
Yes.
folks just joining us and Stupid Tommy?
So this post is underneath a picture of this man's deck thermometer. And it says, "Are you kidding me? I drove past blank the other day and saw two idiots out there ice fishing. It's not warm enough for that right now. Anyone who is from here knows that. I've spotted so many amateurs out there this year, it's not funny. Use your common sense. I don't want to be the one paying for the resources it's going to take to save these morons from Iceberg Island."
Iceberg Island don't happen in a pond. It broke off. It don't happen in a
He's
Mendon
making an old man
Pond.
joke. You're not even saying words. You just said pond.
They were
straight into pond.
You could be.
No, you don't get.
There are big ass ponds.
Yeah, we
Long
know it's a
Pond
big
is
pond.
a huge
Big
pond.
ass pond.
Long Pond is a huge pond. It's a
They
long
just
pond.
call it Long Pond.
Anyways.
There's a bridge over it.
Oh, that makes it long now. There's a bridge over
It's like a causeway.
Post continues.
Help.
They were too far away to tell how old they were.
Yeah.
But if these are kids, where are their parents? They had the proper equipment, which means someone in that house knows what they're doing and still let them go out there. There's a reason why people like this end up in the paper every year for their stupidity. If you look around and you're the only one out on the ice, you effed up. This isn't an activity for amateur fishermen. Seek an expert if you don't know what you're doing. There are thickness guidelines to abide by. I would be happy to help if you have any questions.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy's in Greece because Braddock's Bay, which actually isn't in Greece. I'm in Webster. Kira is in Penfield because she thinks this is tagged in Penfield when someone was driving past somewhere else. Phil's in Parma. Paul is in Lakeville, and we questioned her, and she got really sad, and I felt bad. Patrick's in Mendon, which was a good thought if it wasn't for the whole driving past the pond thing.
And the break off and drift away.
252. I'm actually cheering for Mendon now. For F
Where are you drifting away to, man?
Everyone listening is drifting away to boredom right now. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Bill. Bill, where are they whining, buddy?
All right. I know it's kind of far away, but it's the greater Rochester area. I'm going to say Sodus. Don't they do a lot of ice fishing out there in Sodus Bay?
I don't think Sodus is the greater Rochester area. It's like 45 minutes away.
And they don't care about their neighborhood.
Well,
they don't.
Listen, I got another question. The Post says it's too warm for ice fishing, or it's not warm enough for ice fishing.
I think they were worried. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The ice. They're concerned about the ice. And it's not thick enough.
Yeah, you're right. He does say it's not warm enough for that, but maybe he meant it's not
cold
enough.
I mean,
I
look,
don't know.
it's an
That's a
old
good
man.
question.
It had to be cold.
Great point.
It could be an old man using a computer. We got to give some
He was
slack.
just so
That's kind of a
angry.
Sodus saying.
All right, we got you for Sodus, Bill. Thanks for wasting everybody's time. We appreciate it.
All right.
Have a good rest of the day.
See, that's Bill listening.
He did listen.
He did.
He listened
Nobody
better than
else caught that. I read it.
It's a Sodus post.
That's what he's saying. Could you break off an iceberg there, you dick?
No. What are you going to cling to Wheeze's dock?
You said dock, right?
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Steve, where they whining, buddy?
No, can I ask a question?
Oh, my God. Yes, sure.
Well, you guys have read off what was picked, and I did not hear Irondequoit was picked. Has it been picked or not?
Irondequoit has been picked, yes.
Okay, that just wasn't... All right, I'm going with Greece.
Oh, Greece. Kimmy, I need a buzzer. We gave you one chance. We're not giving you
Sorry,
two.
buddy.
You're gone, Steve. Go back and weld. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's rip through some here. Let's talk to Dave. Dave, where they whining, buddy?
Yeah, just for a point, Braddock's Bay, most of it's in Greece. The east side of Manitou Road. But that's not where I'm going.
No, thank you, though, for
Please get there.
bringing that up, Dave. That was great. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go with Honeyoy.
Wait, where are you going with?
Honeyoy.
Can you say that one more time?
Honey oil.
Hi-er.
Honey oil.
Bro, you sound like Tom Brokaw.
Products made of honey oil.
Why honey oil, Dave?
Well, it's a fairly shallow lake, and it probably did freeze over, but probably not good enough to ice fish.
But it's a good fishing lake.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right, do we think honey oil is too far out to be a where they wine?
That's got to be right on the line, man. That's a sea hare either way.
I don't know if we ever had a guess for honey oil.
I don't think so.
Okay, Dave. Dave, we got you for honey oil. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Rob. This number 2 button. Rob, where are they whining, buddy?
I got to go with Cannabis now, but I don't think Honey Oil is too far away. It's the same distance as Canandaigua.
Wait. Why are you going with Cannabis, Rob?
Well, I'm not allowed to say because I'll get disqualified. But
Rob knows the game.
Even though he kind of already did it, but we're going to slide. Rob, don't waste your pick on Cannabis. There's no way it's Cannabis.
Yeah, I know. It caught me off guard there 20 seconds ago. So I got to go with Cannabis. It's also, it's a small-ish lake. I have no idea if it's frozen right now. I just drove by Cannabis the other day, though, and it was very much not frozen. So
okay. Rob, I'm going to say this. Right. I've lived in this town for 37 years.
Yeah.
If you gave me $1 million, offered me $1 million to point to Cannabis on a map, I would lose $1 million.
Really?
I have no idea where Cannabis is.
It's out that way.
Where
it's
is it?
Directly west of Honey Oil Lake.
What lake?
It's in between Hemlock and Honey Oil Lake.
No, you said it wrong. It's Rob, thanks for the call, buddy. We got you for Cannabis. What a waste of time. Cannabis!
Well, it's hard.
Plenty of other places on the board.
But you got to find water to fish on. I mean, it is a little tougher pick.
There's water everywhere. Every
but
town
you have
has
to have
a lot of water.
But you have to be able to ice fish on.
Yo, thanks, guy who read posts about ice fishing. You idiot! Every town has a body of water you can ice fish in. It's true.
Not really.
252 WCMF. Let's talk
You're
to
kidding yourself.
Nick. Nick, where are they whining, buddy?
It's got to be Canandaigua.
Why Canandaigua?
Because it was last week.
That's why it's not Canandaigua.
Well, you're trying to throw us off, aren't you?
I'm not doing nothing. I don't know nothing
But
about
that's a big
nothing.
ice fishing lake.
You think Kimmy's going to go back-to-back same town for the first time in her where they whine in career?
It's not the worst idea.
Okay, Nick's rolling the dice. We got
and
you
you
for
can drive
Canandaigua.
and see the lake. You can drive down into Canandaigua and see all of that lake.
Thank you. You cannot let go the distance of road to lake.
Well, that's key to this. That's the key to the whole thing.
The key to the thing? The key to the thing? Well, phone just went. All right. It looks like we got everybody. We just lost everybody sitting on hold. If that was our fault, I apologize.
Unless somebody else had Canandaigua.
If everyone else was going to pick Canandaigua, you suck. All right.
Oh, you got.
You know you have no shot.
Look who's talking, bro.
Bro, I'm confident. Super confident. In fact, I knew what I want. I was worried you were going to take Webster. That was my fear.
It's going to be the right bay, and you're going to be on the wrong side. Just like your whole family.
Could have been the right bay.
But you ended up on the wrong side.
A lot of R&B today.
Yeah.
Tommy's in Greece. I'm in Webster. Kira is in Penfield. Danny is in Irondequoit, which is the most obvious and stupid pick. Phil is in Parma. That's where product is in Parma. Paula's in Lakeville, and she gave us a whole detailed reason. And
she's out.
Yeah, and then she got
Too
sad,
far.
and I felt bad. Patrick is in Mendon, which is a good guess, but the post says they did see them while going home, which implies a road.
It's a crap pick.
Bill's in Sodus because he wanted to waste everyone's time.
Too far.
Steve disqualified himself by picking somehow 2 towns that had already been picked. Dave is out in Haya. Rob is in Cannabis.
Okay.
And Nick is in Canandaigua, banking on Kimmy for the first time ever to try and fool all of us. Is going back-to-back weeks. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Come on,
Kimmy.
Let's go.
Rockport! Greece!
Crown me king.
What's up? Crown you king. Shut up.
Crown my ass king.
Whining!
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. No, damn it. I can see the look on her face
You ain't
already.
getting squat.
This week,
Yep.
Damn it.
despite his
Oh, my
best
God.
efforts to screw it up,
Oh, my God.
we have a winner.
I never knew. I never knew it could happen to
They
me.
whining in Greece.
I'd like to throw a review
What?
flag on this. First of all, go ahead and celebrate.
No,
like
go ahead.
stupid
Kill
little bitch.
Kill my idea when I was trying to explain to you that they can fish on the lake.
We made you pick Greece because you picked a bay.
And by the way, there's nothing that says they were fishing on Lake Ontario. There's 1,000
No,
ponds.
you said you can't fish on Lake Ontario.
They could have been on Long Pond.
Ooh,
There's a lot of ponds.
There's a ton of ponds.
Just enjoy my pick, man.
Okay, I would like to throw a review flag to the commissioner.
Why?
You said multiple town names. You said like 4
Nah,
town
you didn't
names.
call it at the time.
No,
though.
it's not my call.
I mean,
You're
this
the
is just,
commissioner.
what are you now, Mahomes?
Well, no,
What?
Just slam your helmet on the sidelines?
It's effing BS, man. Never seen a call like this.
Just because we're off sides, it should still count.
Well, no, I'm saying like it's
So
not.
Tommy's like Kadarius Tony of where they wind
Yes,
up.
100%.
So this is my 8th? This is
No,
unprecedented.
it's definitely not 8. It
This
is
is my
definitely not
8th?
8.
It might be.
No, it's not.
It
He's
might
just,
be.
No, I think it's like 4, and he just keeps adding one every time he brings
You
it
wish.
up.
You're so sour grapes,
Bro,
man.
you don't even know where you were picking.
We should play Where They Graping.
Where they graping?
You sour grape.
Finger Lakes. I win.
Wow. That's amazing. Out
Again,
of the gate.
All you do is bitch and moan.
But I had a vision. I could see it, you
Yeah.
know?
I think that's cataracts.
What do they call that? Mind's eye? Right? Where you
Yeah.
can see something in your head like you're actually looking at it,
Sure.
right?
No, I'm looking at you. There's an eye, all right. It's more of a color than it is a mind.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. We are known as Festival Town USA, as
Yeah, we
Tommy
are.
throws his own little festival here in the studio. But it turns
You
out
even got the Winterfest. Too many.
I just want to point out, Tommy's the first person to pick both a park and a bay and label them as neighborhoods in this game.
And said another name of a town before saying the town that he wanted. You should be Hilton.
I won, baby. That's all that matters.
Oh, look at you all of a sudden.
Just win, baby. Just win.
Maybe you want to throw a festival like Tommy's throwing for himself now, but you ain't got that kind of money.
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
What?
We are so Festival Town USA,
What we got?
the county is not willing to give you money for your festival idea.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Rochester, New York, Festival Town, USA.
Oh, yeah, we get down on it.
And look, every summer it feels like we're sold out of festivals.
It's every weekend.
Right? I mean, so much so that the Park Ave Fest went away, 2-3 years ago, and people haven't really missed it outside of
That's
Park Ave
true.
all that much.
Yeah.
But despite the fact that we are jammed up with festivals, they want more.
Mo?
And they're willing to give you money for it.
What do you mean?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Story on 13 Wham this morning. If you are looking to host a festival in Monroe County,
I've been thinking about one.
they've got you covered.
Yeah, what do you do?
So County Executive Adam Bello launched the Community Funding Online Portal. The county has allocated $250,000 to help event organizers fund community events. Now, you have to apply. They have to like your idea, which is probably good policy. They have to meet certain criteria, and you have to apply by Tuesday, March 5th. But it sure sounds like if you have a good idea and you need money for a festival, they're willing to cut you a check.
But here's the thing. I can't think where you would squeeze in another festival in another town where you could pull it off. You know what I mean? Like, it would work because every town has something in the summer.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
However,
some of them have multiple things, though, going on in the summer, and they seem to be pretty popular because people just want to get out and enjoy the outdoors while they can.
And we have seen recent festivals explode that didn't exist before. For example, the Fringe Festival was nothing 10 years ago.
Right.
Didn't exist.
Yeah,
now
that's
it's
amazing.
one of the most popular festivals in Rochester. Granted, that costs more than
Could you do
$250,000.
so you remember when they had 10 Ugly Men?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still a thing or not.
Not
Are they
sure.
talking about stuff like that, too, where you could just throw something in a park and have a party?
I gave you all of the information.
Yeah, like I wonder if this has to come with like a theme. Like you have to have like a new idea for a festival, not just like, like your standard, outdoor music and vendor kind of thing.
Okay. I have in front of us what are eligible for funding, and it's a little long, so stick with me.
Right.
Events related to Armistice, Memorial Day, or other recognized national patriotic observances, so they'll give you money for that.
Right.
Events or festivals that commemorate historical events of countywide interest and concern. Events that provide for maintenance and operation of a symphony or philharmonic orchestra, musical festival, vocal, dance, drama, performing arts troupe, or any kind of activity. Events or festivals that publicize the advantages of the county and unique features of Monroe County that encourage tourism.
All right.
So our idea from this morning might actually qualify.
Which was what?
We just talked about it this morning.
What was it? I forgot. Which was it?
We found out that 5 people with Rochester
Oh,
ties.
this thing. Not even a festival.
Grammy Fest?
Oh, my. Grammy Fest. Where would
Not
you
for
have
you
it?
grandmas.
No, grandmas are welcome. We found out that 5 people with Rochester connections, one that still lives here, won Grammys on Sunday night. And they were for like jazz stuff and classical stuff,
Right.
some of them performance, some of them arrangement. But we talked about the amount of people in Rochester, thanks to Eastman, the faculty, the folks that settled here, that have Grammys.
The talent that's in this town, baby.
In their home. It is a remarkable feat for
Right.
a community this size to have so many Grammy winners. And we talked about how we don't publicize that enough. Kimmy.
Hometown Talent Fest?
Yeah.
Well, no, it'd be a music fest. It'd be a music fest.
Yeah, but
It
we
doesn't
can't.
have to be a music
Yeah.
fest. It doesn't have
Well-
to be.
Well, that's what I would think it would be, though, if you're going to do.
Right. You would have to have music.
How else would you? Yeah,
you
like,
imagine having a Grammy Fest, no band.
like how else, I guess, would you
Pat's
highlight?
busted Grammy Fest.
Okay, we're still look. It's so easy to criticize. So easy to criticize, hard to create. I'm
What are you
just
going to do?
starting.
Put the Mangione brothers on a flatbed truck and drive them around town?
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
You can't have a Grammy Fest. First of all, the Grammys won't let you have a Grammy Fest because they own the name the Grammys.
It was a
So,
called
what if
Oscars.
it's your first
They
problem?
changed the name. Okay. How about something we talked about yesterday?
What's that?
Well, there was a chili cook-off at the Winterfest at Charlotte Beach over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about how Rochester should have more of a chili theme
Scene,
to it.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Chili scene, right? We're a cold weather community. What if we did something like a chili fest? That's already in Charlotte.
Yeah, that's that.
I got one.
exists.
This
I
is
got one.
hard. This is harder than we
No,
thought.
I got one.
Okay.
It's new to here. It's ready to go.
Buckle up.
You could do this.
What?
You could have a Green Fest.
Like marijuana?
Yeah, they do it. They've had one in Wisconsin for years.
Okay. How does that qualify for any of the things? It doesn't commemorate a
It's
historical
promoting
event.
local business, local growers that have been growing the weed. It's all New York State stuff.
But I don't know
And you
how-
can sell all the side products, and you could promote local businesses. You could basically have like a Clothesline Arts Festival style Green Fest.
So you mean like the Clothesline Arts Festival?
No, but that style, but fun instead of clothesline.
But
that's a hit, baby. And food trucks out your new, you know what?
I would,
including my chili truck.
You got a chili truck at Greenfest.
I am General Tommy's old-timey chili truck.
Why are you in general?
I don't know. It just sounds better, right? Maybe like a little salute and everything. Stolen chili valor.
The only thing is, I don't know how many local businesses are open yet. So I don't know who would.
Well, this
be
is how you
featured.
build a business. You put it on the map.
This is how you
baby.
build
get
businesses
people in.
with no business. No, I guess
You know what I mean? Like the legitimate places haven't really, popped up yet.
You need 2 jam bands. That's all you need, right?
Okay.
These people listen to any kind of crap.
Look, it's not the worst idea you've ever had. But here's the question, right? How many growers are located within Monroe County? If you have a significant amount of people that are growing in Monroe County, that's a great idea.
Don't know.
If you don't, well, you got yourself a bit of a problem.
Well, I mean, you're just promoting the entire industry, from farm to bong.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Despite the fact that we are slammed out the wazoo with festivals, Monroe County is looking for more ideas. Again, this is the second time they've done this. I was unaware they did this last year.
I didn't know.
They are opening the Community Festival Funding Online Portal. The county has $250,000 they are willing to allocate to help event organizers fund more community festivals. They also have a list of things they will not give money to. No parades.
Okay.
No block parties. Trade shows, luncheons, class or family reunions, sports tournaments, cycling races, athletic leagues, or events hosted by other municipalities and governmental districts. Meaning, I guess that means, like, I'm not going to give Chili money for Chili Fest because they already got their own thing. Right?
Okay.
Right?
So this has to be a brand spanking new idea.
Which is my idea.
Okay, yours would be, bro, you would judge everybody that went.
I know. It's weird. You
So it
came
works
up
for
with that
everybody.
idea.
You wouldn't want to go.
The cool people and the lamos could all get something out of it. The protests will be on both sides of the aisle, and protests are good for business because are more people, more attention.
Yeah, if one person knows that.
What?
Whoa.
What are you talking about?
All right, well, park your idea. I feel like we should do something with this. I'm not even kidding.
What the hell are we going to do?
Come up
Like
with a better...
break room themed?
Well, no, that wouldn't get funding. Not even close.
Jerks on the Bay.
Isn't that your Saturday night?
See? But I get funding for it now.
Second worst Otis Redding song. Jerking on the dock of the bay. Everybody get away.
So what could the break? We already tried taking back the beach and all that other stuff.
I wasn't serious about watching Otis Redding play with himself on a dock.
No, but what
saying,
kind
like,
of festival could we
location.
support?
You'd have to first
By the way, you
pick.
took back the beach twice.
Yeah.
And we lost it again.
We lost the whole show. What are you talking about? The whole show got swept away.
Do we have a? You know how like Buffalo has like their big wing fest?
Yes.
Where they have all different chicken wings. How do we not have a garbage plate fest?
Well, here's the
or
problem.
hot sauce fest.
Here's the problem.
Or something like that.
Nick Tahoe's owns the name for Garbage Plate. And
Okay.
I understand why
Plate
they
fest.
but they get very sensitive about other people using their inventions. So
All right.
I'm guessing that if we did a Plate Fest, Tahoe's would one have a problem with it and two not want to participate.
see.
But I'm just speculating. Maybe
All
I'm
right.
wrong. That is a good idea.
But every town has like what their food is or what the food their town is known for. They will do a
Zweigels.
huge festival.
Hot Fest.
Well, but then
Your
you
mom
own-
could read the
But that's
Grand
it.
Marshal.
doesn't fund parades. Stupid. Your joke doesn't work. I just told you that. So joke's on you.
Hot dogs on her.
There was no other food we could use. Like, what other food is Rochester known? No, chicken French? French Fest?
That sounds gross.
You can just French a bunch of stuff. I would
Greasy ass
Oh, yeah.
chicken fest. No, that's too weird.
No, I've had like artichoke French, delicious. You could do like
I hate
French.
artichoke French. Like, if you're going to French
But-
something,
but
like,
I'm
why would you
saying-
take something healthy and make it horrible
It's
for you?
delicious.
Something prickly. Put it in your
But
mouth.
maybe there are other things that you could.
Call it Pet Fest.
Have we tried the French method on other foods?
Yes.
They French everything.
Yeah, if you go to
Okay.
Agatina's, the coffee comes French.
I never got, like, they'll French fish.
Yeah.
That sounds disgusting.
No, I think I've had. That's good.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong.
French fish.
Well, it's garlic and
Yeah.
butter. I mean, she is right, man. It works for anything.
I don't like it. I'm out.
No.
Is there any other food other than plates that Rochester is exclusively known for? It's not good that we...
Nope.
Well, that's what I mean. Like you could do like a meat hot fest where it's just the meat hot sauce.
Okay,
But
but
that's a weird festival to just focus on crumbled meat fest.
Everybody kind of has their own spin on it.
and I would go to that. I would absolutely go to that. All right, everyone think. There's $250,000 up for grabs
Let's
to be
grab
handed
it.
out to everybody. Stop grabbing. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. That's going to be a Rapperoo.
Audio 2 for Tuesday Rapperoo.
for Tuesday, the break room on CMF. That makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means.
We got to get our hate on, buddy.
That's right. We got a hate mail of the week coming at you. We told you a story 2 weeks ago about one of the most remarkable men we'd ever heard of and what this guy was accomplishing. He is an ER doctor in Canandaigua. He then decided to go be a volunteer EMS worker. Yeah.
It's insane.
For a fire department. While he was at the fire department, he also decided he wanted to try out some volunteer firefighting.
Yes.
So he was a doctor, EMS worker, volunteer firefighter at the same time. And while working as a firefighter, he started interacting with police officers and found the job very interesting.
Yes.
So he decided to take a leave of absence from the hospital as a doctor, put himself through a police academy, and got a job with the Ontario County Sheriff's Department.
Wow.
He's a doctor cop.
Yeah.
And the fact that this man, who doesn't even look all that old, to be honest with you, was able to accomplish all this stuff was remarkable. We also talked about, Kimmy, if you call 911 and that guy showed up, you've hit the first responder lottery.
Yes, he can do it all.
He can take care of quite a few different problems.
Nothing he doesn't know how to do.
He can deliver your baby and put it out if it's on fire.
You would think there's no way to hate this.
Oh, no.
Bro.
This is the hate?
I could not believe when I opened this letter what this man had to say.
What a jealous prick this guy is.
So it could be jealousy, but he makes an argument that in doing all of these things, he's hurting all of these things.
Oh, okay.
And we'll get into it tomorrow, just after 8 o'clock, Hate Mail of the Week here in the break room on CMF. And if you didn't hear the story originally, you got to hear the story. It is amazing.
Yeah.
So with all that being said, we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who should have disqualified Tommy the second he said a second town name this morning.
By the way, y'all, you were listening too, bro.
But that's what Tommy plays this game so poorly that we have to create rules because we didn't think somebody would be that stupid. I'm going to pick a body of water where nobody lives.
Yeah, right? Like Poseidon. Never mind. For Tommy Ulay, who just says all of the names of towns and places until he wins and goes, "Oh, I'm the man. Give me out, I'm the man."
8-time champ, baby. Go.
No, you're not. You're not.
Go. You know I'm the go to this game. Nobody's even close.
Shut up. Your mic's off. My name's Pat W.
That's what happens when you do mean things.
Got that?
Yes.
Man who talks for a living. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.